2020 Planning and Zoning Capital Budget Meeting. Steve, do I have to look toward the camera or can I?
No, it will find you.
Oh, okay, very good. And we have commissioners from the Planning and Zoning Office. I'm Tammy Langalis and I'm chairing this commission. Nick Cantor,
Nice to meet you.
Louis Shulman, and online Chapin
Bryce.
and
Everyone.
Darius Williams will be joining us. And do I need to introduce anybody else, the guests or?
No. I don't think so.
Okay, you guys can introduce yourselves as you speak, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, very good. So we're starting with the police department and we review, they have submitted their capital budget request for the coming year and a 5-year outlook. So, we will just begin. Hey, Darius. Good, thanks. How are you? And this is one of our other commissioners, Darius Williams, just joining us.
Good morning, Chief Walsh, Chicago Police.
The traditional cars advance, our requesting $900,000. The current available vehicle out the door has been raised to $52,000. Fits office are traditionally running right now. They've raised the price to about $24,000. By the time we add MDT to the equipment and modems, we're talking about $80,000 a car. So with current attrition of this is the continued program of replacing our existing fleet, which was really not replaced for 2 seasons, as I discussed last winter and spring.
Due to the fact of supply chain issues with Fords, and we have converted from Ford to Chevy. And at this time, there's been discussion of electric police cars. Right now, there's no viable options for electric police cars. But out of this account, we are venturing to purchase 1 electric administrative car. And I'm in the process, I've been working with Vanessa from DPW in getting the charging station installed inside the rear lot. So I've already got estimates for electrical service. So hopefully we'll get that done this spring. So this capital includes 10 to 11 for administrative purposes. It's Monday through Friday, so we can keep it charged up and it's not under. The second of our as you can see them around town, if you drive around town, they are assigned to our traffic unit. They're the main element of our traffic unit. We do traffic enforcement. So we take them off the road usually in early December, late November due to just road conditions and sand and salt and things like that. But we have 4 officers assigned to the traffic unit. And last year, our traffic enforcement went from 2,000 citations to over 7,000 citations. So our traffic enforcement has increased tremendously. These motorcycles are in need of replacement due to wear and tear and high mileage. And we have had a couple involved in accidents, so they have been repaired. 1 got hit and we have repaired it. But just based on the continual wear and tear, I want to make sure that these officers who do this have the best equipment available and the safety equipment available as they do this. We think it's an important element of the police department that we do traffic enforcement. As you can see, traffic has definitely increased in all. We have a large volume of complaints from residents of speeding and we're waiting on Highland Avenue. So we're always addressing those, but we've been responsive. So that's what. And number 3 is the safe boat repair. We have a vessel. It's a safe boat Defender. It has a rigid collar around it. And the rigid collar is worn. And the rigid collar maintains flotation and stability. And it is a mixture of flotation material and stuff like that, and that is worn and starting to chip away. We've been doing some repairs with some stuff and material, but it just keeps falling apart. So we contacted the company and for full replacement, the boat is fine, the engines are fine. It's a rigid hull inflatable part that goes on there. So we claimed that this is just a replacement value on this boat is about $600,000. So we do most of the repairs, so that's what that, repair is for. It's for the rigid collar. So that's year number one.
Okay, great. Just a quick question, how, on average, how long does a patrol car last? Well, how many years do you have to recycle it out?
We usually push it down. Well, we have a program, Deputy Chief Dino could best explain that, but he explained, we do have an attrition program and a cycle down program. Why don't you explain that, Deputy Chief Dino?
Good morning, everybody. Joe Steno, Deputy Chief of Police, Police Department. So what we have a fleet that's comprised of, if you would, several sub-fleets that we use out. The main patrol fleet, emergency response vehicles. We have administrative fleet. We have some vehicles that do undercover work, and we have what's called an extra duty or a private duty fleet. When you see officers out on the road doing traffic for utilities, construction companies, roadworks and that. So what we do as the new cars come in, they go to patrol emergency response. And those are the ones that get replaced right away. And then from there, we take those and we start to cycle them down. And what we do, we also have our community police division has several cars and our SROs has several cars. So they go from there to those vehicles. And then those vehicles then get cycled down to the private duty fleet. So those are usually older and much high mileage vehicles that are not as in great shape. So that's what we do with the vehicles. They kind of do a cycle down process with emergency response patrol, getting the first priority in vehicles every season.
Okay, thank you.
So there is a trickle down usage of all our police cars in the past year. And we're in the process of auctioning. I think we're in the process of auctioning. We just auctioning off another fleet. So those are the Crown Victorias, which were 15, 16, 17 years old.
Anticipate that auction?
They're having technical difficulties. Hold on.
Thanks, Brian.
No
I was about
problem.
to ask.
Handling, the officers go, code emergency all the time, respond to alarms.
That's what you mean by that. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So there's a whole lot of. These cars that we buy, they're just not their normal car. They have, they have two batteries in them to support all the equipment.
Yeah.
The brakes, the transmission are specifically designed for the usage that we put them through.
That makes sense.
Well, maybe a
Thank you.
goal someday would be a hybrid for when, one of my pet peeves is when a patrol car is just sitting at, say, a construction site and the engine is running all day. Kind of makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up, but maybe that would be a goal.
Yeah.
To get hybrid so that when they're just sitting, they're using the battery. And then when they have to take off, they can go to the combustion engine.
That would be ideal.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? All right. What is next?
Yeah, 2026, it's $950,000 for cars and vans. We're just still expecting, price increases in the industry as we, maintain, the fleet. We do lose cars from accidents. We do lose cars just from cars, engines blowing up. We're a self-insured entity, so we lose a car, we lose a car. It's not like, we're losing a family car, bring it to the shop and get it back in 6 weeks. Usually it doesn't happen. It reaches a threshold where it can't be replaced. So we do use several cars a year because accidents do occur. The officers are driving millions of miles. If we, in totality, every single year, we took all the officers. So things do occur and those issues do get addressed. If we do find, officers, not treating our equipment the way they should be, but it does get addressed. So the standard request for cars and vans is $950,000 in 2026. The second item is duty pistol replacement. The 10-year shelf life of officers' duty weapons and replacement of those due to the volume of rounds that we put through them, and qualification and training on a yearly basis. These are reaching 11 years old, so program we have reached out and we are in the process of, and that is a price. And what we usually do, we have done in previous gun purchases or duty pistol replacements, is that we trade these into the manufacturer that we're buying these from. So they give us a deal on that. And this is the replacement of it's just standard duty pistol replacement, and it's 11 years old. Our current Glock 17s have reached that shelf life.
Is it standard procedure in police departments, for the department to buy the pistols for, the policemen?
Yes. You would want that from a municipality under an accreditation standard, because you want to make sure that based on use of force and liability, that there's one standard. There's one standard of weapon that's issued, of duty pistol issued to all officers. So we don't want deviations among 182 sworn people. And it's continuity in regards to something happening, that we all have, magazines that are capable of each other weapons. We have armorers that are in the building that are specially trained to fix weapons and work on weapons if something goes wrong. So every variable just creates another wrinkle.
So this figure covers the entire personnel? Or,
$70,000, yes, that'll cover it with the trade-ins.
Right.
Yes.
thank you.
The next item is the gas pump replacement. We moved into the building in 2005. We're reaching that 20-year mark right now, and our gas pumps, and we have an island right now. Last year, it has a canopy, and last year, the fire suppression system malfunctioned, and it went all over an officer and off in the car. The gas pumps have had to be repaired. It's the old-fashioned gas pumps with the old-fashioned numbers on it. So when you turn the thing, it goes like that. So they're old. They're malfunctioning. We're spending money on maintenance. Not only do they support the police vehicles here, they support a lot of the administrative, the fire chief's car. It supports the mayor's car, so it does support some cars that are gas powered besides ours, and they're very old. It's a lot of wear and tear, and we got an estimate from WG, got an estimate. The island is decaying. The whole infrastructure needs to be replaced.
The tanks too,
No,
underground.
just
above.
above ground, just a pump, above ground pumps. Just above ground.
Well, I know Nick would want a couple of EV chargers in that as well, so let's see if we can add a few of those while you're there. You probably can't put them right next to each other.
No, they're being installed this spring.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have we're getting one stanchion to start with that supports 2 cars.
Oh, at the police department.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting that. Vanessa from DPW is giving us one charger, and we're gonna pay for the electrical contractor to bring it out and hook it up, and it's gonna go.
That's awesome.
I don't know if to the rear of police headquarters, here's the gas pump, it's gonna go right along the building where all administrative cars.
Awesome.
So, yeah, it's gonna go right there. So,
Hopefully it's the high voltage quicker. Don't mess around with the low voltage, wasting your time.
I'm not an expert on that.
Okay. It's the difference between whatever Leaf and a Tesla. Okay, you wanna go for the Tesla.
Gotcha, understood. And we're also in 2026 asking for $30,000 for a parking garage consultation. We've our current-
30,000. I think you said 130,000.
I'm sorry, 30,000. We've outgrown our capacity now. The building was built in 2005. Before 2005, there was no Marriott hotel. there was no other, the development around headquarters.
Mhm.
We see a lot of, people parking in our side parking lot. And that used to be like an overflow lot for us for civilians. You have to realize besides the 182 sworn, we do support another, how many civilians? man?
We have about 42 civilians.
Yeah, we
They
support,
work in the building.
yeah, 42 civilians. So it's a 228, 225 person workforce. And we've outgrown our footprint at South Main Mill, our parking area. In regards to parking. So I'm looking to get a $30,000 to get a consult to see if we could put a parking garage, another parking garage, and see if it's actually feasible. I don't know. The original building in 2005 was supposed to have a parking garage. Built into it, and it was designed to, and they cut it out at the last minute. It was supposed to have a second level parking garage in the back for civilian, the officer's civilian car, so you can walk right in, because that's where the locker room is. And I guess that was cut out at the last minute. So we do have some issues with parking, and we've outgrown it. And we're going through a project right now with the Walkage project, which is going to affect some of it. And we're gonna, it's gonna impact it really doesn't, but parking is a major concern. for
Well,
us.
even when the residents go to the police station just for whatever you go for, it's hard to find a parking space or to know where to park. 'Cause you feel like you're parking where the officers park.
Yeah.
And then you're like, no, I better not park here. I'm at the police department. I don't want to park in the wrong place. So, but we should be taking the train to the police department. But anyways, that's not really feasible.
We do have some people who park there and commute. We've seen them like, pulling suitcases to the train station.
Oh,
interesting.
Yeah, we can't keep on top of it, because the
Yeah.
officers leave the building and we almost have to leave a lot attendant there, which is unfeasible. And we have people using the parking lot to use the stores next door. We have people we've had issues with Marriott. Sometimes people parking there.
Yeah, still parking there.
Yeah, it's employees, so it has created an issue, so we are looking to expand our parking.
How many additional spots do you hope to achieve?
I guess that'll all come out of the consult. To see what he could, say, hey, okay, you could do it here, we can put the ramp here, it'll allow you so many extra parking, an extra 40 to 50 parking spaces with that.
And
Yeah,
on top of that, we have evidence vehicles that we have to
yeah,
store for investigations and stuff
Yeah.
that we
Oh,
we try to put them in, they're supposed to be in a secure area, so we
Right.
put them in our back lot, which pushes other cars
Other
out.
house forward.
We
yeah.
house them off-site at other places, so at DPW, some of them at the Yankee Doodle Garage, so, it's definitely a constraint issue.
And will there be discussion around not just one, but possibly two levels?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
yes, I have to see,
Yeah.
we got to look at the ground, look at the structure, what's
Yeah,
there
what's
existing. I know
feasible,
in 2005, there were some issues with the parking lot to begin with in the
Yeah.
structure, so we have to see.
Well, this is for 2026. So.
Yeah, and then there's also something in operations and public works for police facilities as well.
Yeah. Okay.
2027 is the standard cars and vans at $950,000. Our goal is right now, the vehicle replacement is still kind of acute because we're getting rid of so much old stuff. We see this leveling off in coming years, so that's why I left it at $950,000, that we can able to just, instead of adding and improving, we can just maintain. We can just maintain and move forward and maintain, and that's our goal. And the next item for 2027 is a replacement of a boat. Currently, we have three police vessels. One is Marine One, it's a 1991 Thomas Marine. Which is, it's believed one of the oldest boats, and probably the best boat we have because that's just the way it was built. It's a standard aluminum hull boat, and we spent a lot of money on a capital project probably 10 or 12 years ago, refurbishing the engines and the transmission, so that one's good. We have the current safe boat, in which I'm asking for the repair for next year on the collar. And then we have what's called a rib. It's a rigid hull inflatable boat. It's, I don't know if it's a center console boat. It's open. But it's a rigid hull inflatable. That boat is very old and in need of replacement. That boat is a great boat for all around use because it has a shallow draft. It's probably one of the fastest boats that we have, and it's been used a lot. We do have some structural issues with it already that the officers are repairing on a daily basis. it is costing us a lot of money to keep up with the engines. And, so that's why I put that out for 2 years, 3 years, for replacement, a full replacement. We did spec out a boat from Safeboat, which is very similar. It's a smaller center console than just regular control boat for public safety usage, and at $395,000.
Does that include an engine, the
Yes,
motor?
yeah.
That's a brand new boat, right?
Brand new
Yeah,
boat.
brand new.
With all the
Brand new
bells and
Tip to
whistles.
toe, bell
Yes.
to whistle, yeah.
Yes, a brand new vessel replacement at $395,000.
Hopefully by then it won't be 495,000.
Yes, that is true. That is true. 2028 is the standard cars and vans at $950,000. And we are venturing to, there's a project going on at $1.5 million to build a new marine division base. Because currently we have issues with our current marine division. That is a project, that is like a place setter right now. That is a goal. There's a lot of contingencies right now on if that's going to come to fruition. And we've got location and feasibility and other things like that. So it's like, right now it's just a place setter. That's our estimates on how much it would cost. Our current location at Water Street it's just not working out anymore. This past Saturday with that lunar tide, we had 18 inches of water in there. We have electrical problems in there. We have rodent problems in there. We're spending a lot of money. We just spent $4,000 from Surf Pro getting it all cleaned up. Because I have pictures, there's 18 inches of water and things were flowing. And so it's just not becoming a really good working environment for the officers who are assigned. We have, believe, 2 officers assigned full time around the clock, around the year, I should say. At the Marine Division, we put maybe 1 or 2 back in their season. And the building is, we see it not being feasible within a year or 2. And we are making plans to move the officers as when we can.
Where exactly is that? Next to,
Sono Sea.
right, okay. And do you leave all the boats in the water during the winter for safety reasons? I mean, if you need them quickly, obviously, you don't want to have to get it on a hoist and drop it in.
2 of the 3 boats are kept in the water. The rigid hull inflatable one that I'm asking for replacement for. Part of the reason why I'm asking for it is it's a rigid hull inflatable. So it has an inflatable wire. So when the weather gets cold, it deflates.
Okay,
So we have to take it out in November. So we take 1 boat out, so 2 boats are in there.
and is the dock in front, you know, where you are in the water, is that in good shape?
Yes, the bulkhead and the docks are in good condition. We have had some issues with the electric, because they're supposed to be plugged into 220.
Mhm.
They were support all the electronics. We have had some issues.
Okay, it's far enough out in the basement, well, okay. Does anybody else have any questions on? Okay. The police department? No?
No?
All right, well, we thank you for your fine service and.
Well, thank you very much.
Keeping us safe.
Thank
and
you.
We think you do a great job, and I think all of these things are tackled. Right?
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you, everybody.
We have,
We're pausing it because we have everybody scheduled for a specific time, so he's pausing it when their first group is done.
oh, all right.
You guys can go. We're recording.
You're all set, Danny.
Okay, so Jessica, it's gonna be Jessica.
Brian Badoli is on from the redevelopment agency.
Gotcha.
He's on.
All right, so next up is Brian Bedoli from the redevelopment, and he's on the Zoom, so.
I think we're gonna
welcome,
do TMP first, if I think.
I think we're doing redevelopment, then TMP, Brian.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
You're all set, Brian.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, good deal. Well, thanks for your time here. So we have 3 requests in front of you today. The first one is for $70,000 to develop a consolidated plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program. Basically, this is required every 5 years in order for the city to maintain eligibility for CDBG funds. The intent is to hire a consultant to work with the city and the community to define needs and develop a funding strategy for the CDBG program. So that's some of our housing rehabilitation funding, public facilities and the like. So there'll be a planning process that'll be undertaken. And that is, as I mentioned again, required every 5 years for the city to adopt and develop to maintain eligibility for the close to $1 million a year you get in sort of capital revenue for that program. The second proposal we have is for $250,000 for infrastructure planning throughout the urban core. We've received a number of grants as of late around Webster Lot to the tune of $8 million, about $6 million around the South Norwalk train station. So what this funding allows us to do is to continue our planning, design, and engineering work, as traffic studies become necessary or other sort of consultants become required for market analysis to make sure that we're evaluating these projects, effectively. That's what these funds would be used for. And then finally, we are requesting $750,000 for infrastructure around the Pinnacle development site. The agency received a $3 million grant from DECD, Urban Act funding, and a $2 million grant from DECD through the OPM TOD plan for a total of $5 million. It's quite an extensive project of undergrounding utilities, streetscapes, extending all around the Pinnacle site, but also on Merwin and West Ave. And as we've been working with TMP and sort of redefining that project, a lot of this was scoped many, many years ago. And I think, different perspectives and needs have changed. Some of that work also came in high as a result of, inflation and the like. So we're requesting supplementary funding so that we can make sure we get this project done right when we go out there and do it. So that's the high level on all three, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
On that last one, how much has been spent to date, or has there been money spent on that to date?
Yeah, we're close to $3 million. So we're entering the second phase of the project. I know many of you have probably seen the traffic impacts around the site, but that's hopefully going to be clearing up very, very soon. But that's because we've basically undergrounded all the conduit, and then there's going to be pulling wires to support the development site. So about $3 million to answer you directly.
Thank you.
And Brian, maybe could you just explain how redevelopment either meshes or is different from, say, like DPW with doing all of these infrastructure projects?
Yeah, I think, we get really involved on the infrastructure front when they're very integrated with the development. Obviously we're negotiating a lot of land disposition agreements that have a lot of legal stipulations, for instance, the one at 1517 Chestnut. So we need to make sure that those legal provisions are being monitored and enforced. And so we work very closely with DPW. Everything that we're doing, we're bidding actually through the city and with DPW helping us with the designs, but just making sure that integration between the development phasing, the timing, and what we need to do is, in lockstep. That's sort of our specialty throughout the urban core, given the complexity of these projects.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions? All right, well, then we thank you very much for your.
Thank you so much. Take care, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good
So
one.
long.
All right, so then, next, I believe, we have. Are you good? No, oh, no, here we are. We might as well throw the agenda out. But anyways, I'm flexible and
Thank you
adaptable.
for accommodating us. We just have a little bit of a hectic day today.
I'll be asking for a few favors later. In the sidewalk department, that is. I don't want to spread any rumors. Okay, so we have transportation, parking and mobility here. So gentlemen, introduce yourselves and go ahead. Thank you.
So my name is Jim Travers. I'm the director of TMP, but Garrett is going to take lead in going through the explanatory process of our budget. But before we start, we also like giveaways. So hot off the presses is our 2022 annual report. So as you get to look at our requests for this year, this is it's certified by what we saw as investments that we were able to make throughout 2023. So I think there's some interesting reads in there and kind of highlighting some of our successes and pointing into the direction. So with that, I'll just finish over here.
Yeah, so really excited about this year's capital budget. While there's 25 items, there's 14 that are in this year's request for funding. And then we provided 11 projects within out years to give you a vision of the scope of work that you'll see coming in future budgets. The first item that we have is roadway design and reconstruction. And this is really just This is a request for $500,000. This is a really important account. It allows us to be immediate in responding to any safety issues that come up throughout the year or that present themselves through the safety data that we analyze. We receive over 350 customer service tickets a year, and we work to address those. Some of those become short-term projects, medium, and then some make their way into longer-term projects. But we'll also use this funding to address a number of the concerns that came up last year with smaller construction projects, things like gaps in sidewalks, curb ramps, maybe minor modifications to intersections to address concerns. And this account also allows us to be really responsive to grants. So in the past, we just haven't had a lot of plans on the shelf. This allows us to develop those plans and go after grants. We applied for 42 million last year, and we're fortunate to receive a number of different grants, which I'll outline as I go through those projects. The second account that you see here, request is traffic signal equipment. This is an ongoing account. It's to replace traffic signals at their end of life. You know, some are 30 years old, some are as old as 50 years old. And also for the implementation of new traffic signals. The request for funding this year is specifically related to the new traffic signal at Norwalk High School to address the new access drive that will be located on Strawberry Hill and to make sure that students have a safe crossing on that roadway. The third account is new sidewalk construction. So we're requesting $1 million. So one of the first things we did upon joining the department is conduct an inventory of all the sidewalks on every roadway within the city. So identify where we have them, where we have gaps. So you'll see we have a number of projects proposed this year, and we're really looking to fill those gaps, whether it's on Soundview Avenue, removing some ledge to complete a sidewalk where children are walking in the street today, or filling in gaps at intersections, for example, along the Norwalk River Valley Trail, really high activity intersections. So we continue to chip away at that inventory.
Before you, just to add to that, right? So you'll see our increase, our budget increase in the slide item today. And I think it increases for the very same thing that Tammy referenced when she started the conversation, right? And it's about a sidewalk, because every conversation that we have with people always ends up talking about a sidewalk, right? So the $1 million does not begin to cut the amount of work we do, but the $1 million is an indication of the amount of work that we can do given the resources that we have, right? So, so I just want you'll look at it, and I'm sure that you're going to have to cut things, right? You know, but we like this one we think is pretty important to the people, right? And you know to improve safety that's going on in the neighborhood. So.
In all of the out years, it goes from $1 million to $1.4 million. Why is it lower this year than it is in the out
Because
years?
it's about ramping up, right? About being able to, you know, we want to make sure that we're setting reasonable goals. We're also looking at, Garrett talked to you before about plans that we're doing. So we have to measure the work that we're doing and also the plans that we can do. So it's you know, the numbers that we think are reflective of the work that we can do, and hopefully in out years, we can also put in another person.
I was gonna say, is that a function of how many people you guys have on staff and
Yeah.
how much you can actually do?
Yeah.
So like, if you had more people, you could get
We
to
could
more
just-
sidewalks,
right?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lovely question then. People fail to realize.
We in-house, your department designs the sidewalks. That's not something you farm out.
So it depends,
Depends.
right? So Garrett talked to you about Soundview. Soundview presents itself with some significant geothermal technical issues that we have to do in order for a ledge and securing that, make sure that you know the adjacent property isn't impacted, but also how we get that sidewalk in safely. So
All
go
right.
ahead. Sorry.
No. So the next item that you'll see is a traffic system enhancements. So for $60,000, this is really to maintain. We maintain 86 signals across the city to maintain them in a good state of repair, to make sure that they have the most modern technology to keep traffic moving, and make sure that they have communications to our central control room. It also includes like a number of other safety features, like adding backplates, digital signs, variable message signs to the signals as well.
As I recall, this goes back a couple of years, you have a lot of cameras out there, but you're not recording. Is that still correct?
That's still correct. So we've been in communication with the police department. So you know, the issue becomes resources, right? We thought that, you know, we think that the best use of the recording really falls within, you know, the police department, having access to that. You know, provides it provides some value to traffic, right? We can do it, but we have a little bit better of a handle on it. This in my past experience has really been a value add to the police department, but the police department has been just hesitant about resources necessary for.
To monitor.
Well, it's not to monitor, right? Because we'll have it all recorded. It's really about how once it's recorded, then we have to respond to all the FOIA requests for video, which is then gonna be on them because they're already doing it for the body cameras. So we thought it was rather than everybody having their own person who's gonna be able to respond to FOIA requests, right, for video, that it is in one central repository. So we continue to have conversations with the police because I think that's a direction I would like to see us be.
And so following up with that, safe routes to school, we're asking for 500,000. So past projects, a good example is Highland Avenue. It kind of contains all those elements. We added sidewalks, we added a raised crosswalk, we added push button flashers. It includes things of that nature. It also includes, we're looking at standardizing the signage around all our schools. So to get a 20 mph speed limit around schools and to have flashers when that's active. So that goes through improvements like that, and we're looking to systemically apply that to each school within the city. So that will help us reach that goal.
That's awesome.
Following up, the Wall Street corridor improvements. This one's really exciting because this is really the year of Wall Street. We'll be breaking ground this year with the first phase in April, which will be Wall Street, East Wall Street from Main to Brook Street. We'll also look to hold another public meeting around that time to talk about subsequent phases of the project and what they look like and how we move those along. We've secured $19 million in grant money in a very short period of time for the Wall Street project. So
Oh, wow.
it's quite a bit. It's in total, we estimate it's going to be a $27 million project, and we're actively submitting for that gap funding for that 6 to 7 million. There's also investment by the parking authority in the Yankee Doodle garage in that neighborhood. But this funding goes to advance the design for those phases, to make sure that we have the shovel-ready plans for the next phase so that we can.
And that's everything y'all presented last year, or at least the phase one of what was presented last year. of the
Yeah.
Wall Street.
Yep. So that includes East Wall Street, the intersection with Belden,
Belden
Burnell
intersection.
Boulevard, Main Street. It'll all be done.
Have
in
those designs been
phases.
finalized or?
So the design for East Wall Street wall between Main and Brook Street done. We'll be moving to construction in April. We're plan on holding a public meeting in April to talk about
The
those
Belden,
other
the other
segments.
stuff.
Yep. So we'll talk a lot about Wall Street, the intersection of Belden.
So basically, they're at 30% now, which just means that we're at that base level where next we go into the details. But we felt it really important, listening to the community and understanding the length of time that they've had to deal with this,
Totally.
right? That we wanted to present one part of the project earlier on so that they can see the work getting done. So at the same time, we'll do this, we'll ramp up the other one so that when we're done with this, we'll
Just
kind of
roll right
move into
into
the
it,
next, right? So it's getting.
And will that help getting funding for the next phase? by
We
starting?
think so, right? Typically, you know,
Sorry, Darius.
not to tout horns, right, but typically when you get the funding, it's when you already have a plan, right? We
Right.
didn't have a plan. What we had was an idea,
Yeah.
right, in our head. And we talked about that idea then generated, the interest and support and funding. And I think largely it's been with the support of the community that we've done this, but once we have final plans, we think it will be much easier to see the end of this. And I think you had.
So how much has been expended thus far?
So what we've done is, such far is the design,
Yeah,
and
as it pertains to Wall Street corridor.
so we're probably about $500,000
Yeah.
into that design, right now. And that has also got us, the first phase, which is a $2.4 million grant
Yeah.
to do the first phase, right? So I think our return on investment is pretty high.
Oh, absolutely.
From the state,
But
from the state or from the?
that one was from
That
the
one's,
state,
yeah, it's a combination of state and federal
Yeah.
funds. So we have a mix of different funding sources for the phases.
What?
We've not been able to find one funding source for the whole thing, which would have made our lives.
One-stop shopping. I know that in the recent, not too past history, you were talking about roundabouts and their effectiveness versus stoplights. Are there any plans for any of those in any particular areas or in the Wall Street area that you can share with us? Just as forward-thinking traffic design, because it's not all about stoplights now, right?
that Garrett will talk to you about.
Yeah. We have three, yeah, so,
Oh, three? Yeah, sorry, there's three.
In April, we'll share plans for where we think of where Burnell intersects with Main Street would be a great location for a roundabout in the future scope of the Wall Street plans. We're big supporters of it. It improves mobility, they're safer, and they also contribute to greening of the city, reducing emissions. And then you don't have to maintain the infrastructure like the signals.
Yeah.
And it'll be important there because we're gonna be converting Burnell into two-way, which means additional traffic will be at that intersection. If we leave it, unsignalized, we'd have to probably potentially put forth a signal, and where, that signal comes, as you see, with the long-term investment from the city and added resource. So, we think this is a greener approach to it, but also more effectively moves traffic and keeps it out of commerce space.
And does that take into consideration the possibility of the bus terminal being relocated?
So we
Is that
continue to
your
work with.
department, or is that somebody else?
That's a Norwalk Transit
That's transit,
district.
right.
But we continue to work very closely with the district
Yeah.
on their
completing an operation.
their operations analysis that they have right now, which will kind of set the tone of what it is. But we're working with them on, how that would interact with the bus terminal.
Great.
And then answer the other two roundabout locations, we'll be holding a public meeting in the early spring for Gregory Boulevard at Calf Pasture Beach and Fifth Street. So looking how we formalize that traffic circle and make it a true roundabout.
Quarter of one now.
And then we just recently received a grant for replacing the traffic signal at West Cedar Street and Richard Street. So we've gotten 1 million in state funding for design and right of way acquisition, and then another 4 million for construction of a roundabout at that old antiquated traffic signal, which will be a gateway to the college and help stitch together the two campuses on the
That's really nice.
So I think that again, I'll continue to chime in, right? Without that redesign, right, and without, so we got a grant that covers 100% of it, right? Without that, we had an antiquated traffic signal that, without looking at alternate means, we would have to pay, we would have to replace, right? And so we looked at that, but more importantly, that we can get grants for traffic signals at times when we can show that they have an emission reduction because they're connected to other ones. This is not one of those that would be able to be eligible for any
Oh,
grant.
that's interesting.
So the replacement of that would have been on to the city, right? And we continue to see the price of these.
Yeah, they're getting really, really expensive, it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
standards have been increased. So.
Yeah.
Well, several years ago, an administration imposed steel tariffs, right? Those steel tariffs, the day after they were imposed, it increased steel price by 75%.
Yeah.
Right? And we never see prices go down when they go up,
Right.
right? And we're still living with that,
Reality.
getting I used to do traffic signals for under $250,000 and now they're $750,000. So that's
Traffic
why.
signal business.
Well, if some communities came to you and said, instead of replacing the traffic signal at such and such an intersection, would they be eligible, if you will, for a roundabout? And how much space do you need? We don't have to go into all these technical.
So we
things.
look at all
day,
those, right?
but- but I
Everything
think
is
it's
different,
really,
but yeah.
Something to think about.
Yeah.
Maybe some people want to get rid of those stop
No,
lights.
I think we look at that, they do require some land and property, so they don't fit everywhere,
Right,
as that
yeah.
Garrett talked to you, in this one, we need to do a little bit of a land acquisition, but we think that that's a really great investment, and that land acquisition, we are able to get funding outside the city budget to make that happen as well.
Okay. All right, thank you. Oh, was that all three? Yeah, it was. Okay.
Yes, yes. So just moving on, the next one is pavement markings and signage. So we're requesting $210,000. So this is to maintain 270 miles of roadway. Last year we were able to refresh and restripe over 100 miles. But this is tied to federal requirements. So we have federal requirements to maintain the reflectivity of pavement markings, in addition to signs. So this request goes to addressing that on a routine and regular basis. The next one, West Rocks Road sidewalks. So the request is for $350,000. So this is to support the $1.4 million federal appropriation that we got from Congressman Himes, in addition to a $175,000 state grant for the sidewalks. So it's about 3 miles of sidewalks. We're currently, proud that we're about to submit our first design submission to the state for review, and we would like to, work through that over the course of the year and hopefully be out to bid at the end of this year. So that project is moving along, and this is, just the
So it
state
takes that long
and federal match.
to get approved?
The challenge is, with like the state and this one happens to be federal, the
Federal.
level of review is much greater, so they're asking for multiple design submissions. More agencies are involved within the
It's so
review.
unfortunately expensive to have to, anyway, sorry, that's
So
to the side.
There- there's a-
It's the process. I understand it's the
But
process.
But there's an added challenge when we
Yeah.
look at grants, right? We often think grants are free money. Well, they're not free money.
Right.
They created tremendous amount of work for us to do, and we are also then hampered by those, right?
Right.
Because we weren't able to start the design process until the state gave us the okay. Because
Right.
anything that we would have expended before then doesn't get covered or get to be included in the grant. So we are literally at their beck and call of doing this, and then they require a number of different submissions, so all work stops and goes forward. Like, if we were to have the funding, put in place by city capital dollars, we would have likely been able to have the sidewalks installed by now, right? That's just.
Could we have done it cheaper?
We really can't do it, well, I mean,
We're doing-
we might be able to do it cheaper, but we'd have to pay for the whole thing,
Whole
we're not
thing.
paying for it.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
We're
so-
doing the design in-house,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
we'd be done
So
in-house.
we're being as cost conscious with this to make sure that the largest part of the value is not in the planning and the engineering, but in the actual construction.
So that would go from North Street, right, Route 1,
Mhm.
all the way up to, Main Avenue, Route 7, like all the way up, 3 miles? Or
Yeah, so we're
from the
looking,
top of West Rocks to the bottom of West Rocks?
we're looking to establish a connection on at least one side of the road for the entirety of that road. So we're gonna leverage some of the work that we coordinated with DPW on the recent repaving section to add some sidewalks closer to Main Street, and some crossings. So we'll tie into those improvements that we just made.
Are
And
these full sidewalks or, are they walking paths?
We don't do walking paths, right?
Full sidewalks.
Everything, walking path does not allow Patsy and I to take a walk together side by side and have a conversation, right?
They're not
and-
walking, they're footpaths.
Yeah. So, we're, additionally, this is federal funds. Federal funds have additional requirements that come with ADA accessibility. So we're gonna be maintaining a 5-foot sidewalk throughout the entirety of the corridor.
That's great.
and even though it's not a state road, it's just, that's a strictly Norwalk road, you still have to get the state approval.
Because
You
they're
can't just go over the-
managing the funds.
They,
They're
they
managing the funds.
manage the
Yeah.
funds, okay.
And this one's it's a federal, some of it's federal funding too. So
Okay.
it's a pretty comprehensive
Gotcha.
process.
That's great, that'd be a great sidewalk, though, it'll help allow people to walk to shopping up on Main Avenue. too.
And we have
Not just
3,
the
4
school.
schools.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Right?
Yeah,
It
great.
includes crossings,
Mhm.
signage, push buttons for the school, so it's very comprehensive.
awesome.
Project number 9, so the East Avenue corridor, and intersection improvements. So this is for a comprehensive planning and design study, all the way from essentially 95 to Cannon Street. So it's a large geographic area. We identified a total cost for this project of $750,000, which we requested last year. It was partially funded at $300,000. So this year we're asking for the balance of that funding, which we would go out to an RFQ process, should this be approved in the summer, but we need that money to do one comprehensive plan. There's a tremendous amount of data that needs to be
Yeah.
collected and to make sure that the process is continuous. But this is to address all of the outstanding issues on East Avenue and look at how we can make calm traffic and improve speeds on the roadway and operations as well and reduce congestion.
And I guess make it more pedestrian friendly is really a big element to that as well.
Yes, absolutely. There's so many institutions and civic buildings on the street. We have so much pedestrian activity, how we can improve those connections.
And hot. If you walk that street in the summer, you're right against the thing.
Oh, yeah.
You're up about 10 degrees. It's just, so we want to look at all things, but also with that East Avenue at the highway ramps is the second highest crash location we have in the city.
Yep.
And so it looks to address that stuff as well.
And is this going to be done after that new diamond intersection, whatever you call it? that I believe the state is doing it over I-95. They're changing the way.
Oh, the diverging diamond, yeah, so
Diverging
we
diamond.
would be working in
I don't know
combination with
what's
the
in
state
the-
on that.
I
Yeah,
got
no,
part of it.
we'd be working in combination with the state on that design, so that anything that marries into it
Yeah.
is seamless.
We looked at project limits that abut and marry to that. The state's in a planning process, so, you know, we don't really have more information at this time. We're looking at different feasible alternatives.
All right, so we don't know when that diverging diamond intersection is going to happen.
Even if it
Yeah.
would be a divergent.
No.
I think there are a couple of things that are thrown out.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
evaluating all the different alternatives right now, but we know the essential project limits, so we're just looking to abut that.
And so this is all planning, so it wouldn't be, this would be like get the plan in place and then 26, 27 actually start to implement in an
So-
ideal space.
So I think this is one that, this is where we're saying we need a plan in order to get the funding. So
Gotcha.
we think once we have a plan in place, the funding will be able to follow, right?
Because it's a
Um,
huge undertaking.
It's gonna be, it's gonna be a massive undertaking, right? It's gonna be more than a
Transformative,
project
yeah.
than we could support in the city's capital budget. We're gonna need to look for outside support to do this. And, you know, we were able to get the outside support for Wall Street because of its long history. You know, it's harder to get it in just talking about this one. You know, we need to have concrete plans in order to be able to move it forward.
No, it
And
makes
we
a ton
think
of
that
sense.
this will be also good. We'll be working with the community with this one to sign that one as well.
Thank you.
So moving on to item number 10, so these are our street lights, so some pedestrian, some highway lighting. This was a new account last year. While there's many different entities that are responsible for streetlights in the city, we maintain responsible for 90 throughout the city. So this is to keep them in a state of good repair, to replace aging streetlights and implement any new streetlights should they be required. For example, if we're doing like a pedestrian crossing or something like that.
Okay.
Next one, George Avenue sidewalks. So this is a project that's been contemplated for a very long time. It was identified in our recent inventory. It was also identified in the PED master plan and the transportation master plan as far as back as 2010. And it was included in the most recent 2022 master plan, but you know, we think this has been in the planning process for a long time. So we'd like to, and this is for the actual construction of those sidewalks. The design and construction of those sidewalks, but we thought it would be prudent to put it in this year's budget. It's a
And
major
every
connection.
single time that we have a story that talks about a sidewalk that we've done in the city, we get a phone call from the residents of George Street saying, when am I getting my sidewalks?
It's a narrow street and a lot of people use it to get down to the post road.
Yeah, and it's connected
Connecticut Avenue,
to
whatever, Route 1.
two major roadways.
Mhm.
Next one is traffic data. So we're requesting $60,000. And this is largely for information to supplement our existing traffic safety database, but also to get an asset management system. So we talked about our asset management system for the sidewalks. We would like to do something similar for the signage across the city. There is no comprehensive database that includes all the signage, whether it's traffic control signage, parking signage, or any other signage that we have on the street. I think this is important because what gets measured gets managed. You know, we just adopted a new curbside sign style guide. So we're looking to update the signage, both to improve consistency across the city, reduce clutter, and improve the aesthetics of the city. And, you know, this is also, to have this inventory is also a benefit for new future programs that we want to roll out. So for example, we don't really have a handicap parking program across the city, and this would be a crucial first step to get in the backbone infrastructure so that we could roll out a successful program. Also a residential permit parking program would benefit from having this database and being able to GA the signs. So yeah, this is it's a tremendously important data set that we'd like to pull.
Will this data be accessible to the public, either from the inventories or the databases? Will they be able to query or look at this data?
Yeah, I think it was the accessibility of the data. So, you know, I think we could look at, it will certainly be shared with all the internal departments, so we can all use the geolocation information to our benefit, but we can look at ways that we could provide like a public forward facing component of it.
We want to have this as integrated as part of the city's GIS, right? So it's an additional layer, so we can always work with IT on, you know, how that could, you know, how we can put a forward-facing part on our website.
Thank you.
Would it also include something like if in a traffic accident, a stop sign was knocked over, a phone pole was hit, would it include information like that? Or at least you know where the sign is?
So we would know what, I think a great example is, like we have, sometimes there's a knockdown and it goes and it gets taken out. We don't necessarily have any database that tells us what sign was in that location, right? So
You're supposed to be there.
yeah, or it's supposed to be there.
Sometimes
We have been preliminarily working at this, so why we think this is extremely important. There's about a third of our intersections in the city have no type of stop control, right? So as you get into the more rural sections of the city, you can have side streets that do not have a stop sign as you come out into the main road in a lot of occasions, right? We see this all across the city. That's a liability for the city, for us not having a stop control there. So we need to understand where these things are. We also have challenges with people like parking near a corner and, it impedes sight lines. So we want to be able to, to be able to respond to that. But, Garrett talked about, we have people, we have ADA coordinator, right? We have no program that provides people who don't have access to a driveway, a space, on a street, right? But that also comes with, we need to manage that. So we need, we have requirements that we have to go out for an application every year on those, right? So they have to reapply, but until we have a mechanism to manage it, we can't begin to do it. So we have lots of needs.
Okay.
And how has the discussion been around residential parking permits?
So we continue to have that discussion about how we would manage a residential parking program. I think Jess and I have had a number of conversations about how we move forward. I think there's a desire for us to present something, and hopefully we'll be able to present something this year. But again, that would be another thing that we continue to add on to an existing system without having an inventory. We're only further complicating the problem, right?
Yeah. And the staff to maintain and enforce.
Yes.
Kit and caboodle.
So item number 13, protected crosswalks. So this is $35,000. So this is for really a high visibility. So a crossing that may have a raised intersection. It might have the pedestrian push button with the wig-wag flashers, the signs, and any improvements necessary to do that. We actually just recently installed one through a joint effort with the health department on Union Park. So it's a really good example of that funding connecting the Mohawk River Valley Trail through the intersection and improving the experience for trail users, but also calming traffic on the road.
Yeah, I was actually driving near Ponus. I was on Hunter's Lane and I saw some kids this weekend after sledding at Ponus. They had used it. And, I think it's really a great addition and a great investment.
Thank you.
How effective are they?
So
I've used it up in Wilton by the Mohawk River Valley Trail, and a lot of people just fly through them.
The raised ones?
No.
push buttons?
Push buttons,
Push button.
yeah.
So they've done a lot of studies and the research, they've found up to 90%. I'm not saying that that's every location, but they've found really high compliance with drivers yielding to pedestrians. And I think it's really having those flashers there, which is changing the driver behavior.
I think it's also about the location, right? So we know what works and we know what doesn't work, right? And they become less effective the more lanes of traffic that you have. Right, so, it is less effective by the one that's by the green, right? I think that's where you're gonna see, but when you have just 2-lane roads, one in each direction, we see a high level of compliance. When the road is narrower, higher compliance. That's why when you see this, we have bulb outs, right? That narrow down the travel lane. When you come to the one on the front page, it's really just high level of compliance on there. So it's not, one thing fits everything. We need to look at every scenario. Yeah. Did I not give you one? Did you have that one? Oh,
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
We showed you. So the actual last one for this year's projects is pedestrian crosswalk at 40 Cross Street. So this is across Route 1. The reason why we're again asking for it in this year's budget is we recently, so the trail, the Harbor Loop Trail, the component of it to the south of this crossing has been established for some time now. Through a redevelopment agency, they did the portion of the Harbor Loop Trail along the commercial building to the north of Route 1. And that section actually ties into the section that we're just wrapping up for the Mohawk River Valley Trail. So we have all the connections in place. They're the logical crossing across the road, but we need something like to your point. an RFB isn't gonna work at this location. We need something overhead, likely something like a hawk signal or some type of flashing beacon. So that's why you see a little bit higher price tag for that item. But we think now would be the opportunity to connect that, and ultimately as part of the Wall Street project to the south too, we'll be looking at how we get the Harbor Trail through there as well. So the trail is really compounding now, and we want to make sure we start to get these little crossings ironed out. So those are, that's the list of requests for this year. I'm happy to go through some of our out year requests. I can do it in.
Yeah, I think in the effort to save some time to other departments, it might be good just to focus on those years and not do out years.
Okay.
I had two questions about this year. One is there any funding for stoplight cameras, or I don't know if that falls in your department? I know there's talk at the state level for Norwalk starting to think about that, but I just don't know where that lands.
So I had a preliminary conversation with the mayor. I think he raised it to be stopped by last week and wants us to take a look at that. So we can find alternate ways to do that. We still have to, it's gonna take a little while. We have to do an ordinance. We're understanding the requirements that are coming to us from Condot, who's managing the project. So I think it was a little too early to put this in the budget. But I think that we could, I think there are opportunities for us to do this. I think there's support for doing, we just want to make sure that when we do it correctly.
That makes sense. And
So
I
I think the rollout would be rather small in year one and probably be able to sustain in our existing budget, should we remain the same.
Remember, this is being recorded.
And then I know there's a lot of talk this year about complete streets ordinance. I saw in here like future years talking about money for potentially complete streets. Do you need anything in this year to actualize some of those ideas?
So we will present to the council the ordinance, and working through the ordinance committee in the spring of this year for fully adoption of complete streets ordinance and a design manual, right? And I think that will just dictate to us, we won't, the interesting thing about it is it won't just be, here's our complete streets project, right? Because what we're saying is that here are the way that we're gonna build our road going forward, and they're gonna have these. So it will be less of a requirement that we have an item for complete streets, but more the fact that every item that you guys support and fund will be built in the complete streets.
But you feel full that you have what you need to create the design guidelines and all that stuff. Okay.
And Steve, we will reference that in our zoning regulations once.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
that's kind of
completed.
what the de facto standards go back to that, yeah.
It might just be helpful if you gave, a very brief definition of what complete streets is, because people might think it sounds so simple. What's a complete street?
Yeah, so looking at building streets that accommodate all roadway users, so kind of getting out of, what has historically been like a very traffic centric mindset, still moving traffic and making sure we move it at safe speeds. And reduce congestion, but also making sure that there's room for all other modes of travel, whether it's a cyclist, micro mobility device, creating space for pedestrians, making sure that we think about transit in all our projects, and it's all ages and all abilities. So thinking beyond, and also a big component of complete streets is thinking, how we create a sense of place and improve the aesthetics, and green up the infrastructure through our right of way, which is our largest asset that we have in the city.
I think 2 points on that, right? Every project that you have worked on since arriving in the city of Norwalk has been using complete streets principles, even though we haven't had the ordinance and the standards and guidelines in place, right? I think that's one item. And the second is it really builds legacy for the city of Norwalk, because regardless of, future, if we solidify it in ordinance and solidify it in standards and guidelines, then we're basically making sure that from a legacy standpoint, we're moving that forward, right? And so I think that's also the second point. The other point, Terry said too, we can't adopt Vision Zero unless we actually adopt Complete Street first. So our main goal is to be able to get to Vision Zero, but to be able to do that, Complete Streets is sort of that interim step that we need to be able to check the box on. So
now you need to define Vision Zero, because I don't think a lot of people know what that is.
Right.
So Vision Zero is looking at how we reduce fatalities and serious injuries and bring them to zero, hence Vision Zero, on all our roadways. And Complete Streets is really that, like as Jessica mentioned, it's that tool. It's that allows everyone, whether it's our department, whether it's another city agency, whether it's a developer, or the state working in their roadways to design them to standards that are safe and can help us achieve those results.
And I think to Jess's point, why an ordinance versus a policy, right? There is another local community that had a policy, right? They had a complete streets policy and they had their complete streets policy in place for a number of times. There was administration change. The administration didn't have the same values of that policy, but that policy still remained in the council, and the council then moved forward to adopt it as an ordinance. So that became a requirement that this is how we build our streets going forward.
I had a question regarding the second account. We don't need to pull it back up, but I believe there's 86 signals that are owned by the city, and the account had enumerated that over like 9 or over 6 or so years. They were looking to replace all of them. Is that correct? That it'd be replacing all 86 between now and 2029? Am I understanding that right? No?
No. So we own 86. They're various ages and degrees of maintenance. So we've identified, I think, 10 different signals which are at their end of life. So we're looking to, the funding each year is to address one of those signals. This year, we're looking at doing a new signal to complement the high school project at Strawberry Hill, and the new access drive on that roadway. But yeah, each year we look to replace one of those signals.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
If we replaced all of them at one time, it would be almost $40 million.
And they would all fail at the same time. Going forward, right? And then, so if I can, just one last item we have in front of you, you'll have it further down is for the parking authority. Do you want me to report on the parking authority capital request now?
If you're hearing.
All right, so it's an easy one. There's just, there is just a $1.5 million request in capital funds for the parking authority. So this year we have completed a conditions assessment of all 3 of our facilities, our structured facilities, and that indicated that we have $11 million worth of needs to do it. To keep them in a state of good repair, so that this is really designed for, we're not going to be, I mean, the reality is just the point where we're not going to be able to do that all in one year, right? But we are working with a consultant to make sure that the funding that we put in place keeps them in a state of good repair and keeps them operational. And I've had many conversations with people that says, but these are concrete and they're outside, they shouldn't need anything, right? I will refer you to the concrete condo tower in Florida that fell down because we didn't repair it, right? So ours are in good shape. We're not in any, there is nothing that we're concerned with, that they're in a state of disrepair that we need to do anything. We just want to make sure that we maintain our asset, the city asset, in the best place. So it's just $1.5 million, and we will continue to look at managing an effective budget within the parking authority that allow us to capital, we look at any, funding that we can secure that gets reinvested. So any funds that the parking authority make get reinvested into their assets, right? So we will continue that process as well of just managing.
And the parking authority right now isn't able to self-fund via the fees and whatnot.
There still is a gap. So we do some of that, but there's a gap that would require bonding, right? $1.5 million extra is probably a lot to pull from that. We don't typically run that type of surplus at the end of the year.
Where are we with the Yankee Doodle garage refresh?
So the 2 things, we have a bid out, actually a bid closed, last week, for the concrete work, right? So we need to do concrete work before the facade improvements can begin. So that concrete work will start, we're working through the process with legal and with purchasing to secure the contractor. We're doing our due diligence with making sure that all that they bid on was what we asked for, right? And that we have it complete. And then when that is done, we will then go out to bid for the facade improvements, so the aesthetic improvements. But we see the aesthetic improvements starting by the end of, in the fall of this year. So we're very much committed to the Wall Street neighborhood and seeing that, and they're seeing that 2024 is the year that work starts in their community.
Does anybody else have any questions for TMP?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me.
Gina,
Oh, I have some coffee. Thank you.
And Tammy, I'll leave it for you or Jess. I know Sherelle's been on, if you want to go to the library or.
Thanks.
however you wanna go.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Brian, did you say? Sure.
Library's next.
Okay, well, are we following the list now?
Up
Yes,
to you.
so then it would be the library. I believe Sherelle Harris is on the Zoom.
Yes,
I am.
Hello.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes,
Yes,
we can.
thank you.
Can you hear us?
Awesome. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I came down with COVID and I'm sure that's not something that you want to have. So,
Sorry to hear that.
I hope you feel better.
ready?
Oh, yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. So first on our list, the first two items are basically to keep us in ADA compliance. The first is the main library. Our door handles are not ADA compliant. We have the doorknob, type of handle that you would find in home that require the twisting of the wrist, and we really should have lever style door handles. Bill, who's the city's ADA compliance coordinator, he and Neil Rennie from Guardian coordinated on this, and the total amount to bring us to ADA compliance is $44,200. That's a count of 60 interior handles and 3 exterior handles at $500 per lock set. And then, so the library also, we have 2 entrances. Our back entrance, which is actually the north entrance, is we have the sliding doors. So once you enter the sliding doors, you're in a vestibule. So you have 2 ways to go in, and both of them require, that you have to pull doors open. So Neil suggested that in one of those areas, we have another sliding door so that it's easy for people who have, who are in wheelchairs or who are using walkers to get into the building. That sliding door, the installation and the cost of the door is $12,700, and that brings us to the $44,200. Any questions?
Sherelle, I wanted to thank you for providing all the information that you did, all of these,
I know the
the
pictures.
catalog cuts and the estimates that you provided. It's far more than we've received from anybody else. And
Don't make me out to be the bad guy.
No, you're the good gal.
Right.
Thanks for the visual aids.
Yes. Well, I have to thank our board. We have 3 of our board members there too. I believe Patsy Brescia, Janie Williams, and Geraldo Williams, who are not related, by the way. We worked as a team, so this is great. And Lamont Daniels, of course, detail. So I can't take credit for everything, but I'm glad you liked it. So then you do see the difference between the non-ADA compliant, which is what we have at our main library. The South Norwalk Library was renovated 2024 through 2026. So those the handles are ADA compliant because they're lever style handles. And I just want to note, we did put this in our budget last year. We tried to be pretty conservative when it comes to the main library, with the hopes that, we're going to be renovated soon, but it's getting to the point where we're going to have to ask for a little bit more. Hopefully we will be renovated soon and this can be taken care of in the renovation, but if not, we really need to be up to date with the ADA compliance.
Great.
Okay, so the next is also, let's see, go back. So ADA compliance as well. So SNU, South Norwalk Electric and Water, they have offered generously to install the electric car charging stations at our Sono parking lot at no cost to the library or city. However, while during the inspections, we noted that we are out of compliance with our handicap parking and van accessible parking. Also, there's lots of cracks in the pavement, sidewalk, the curbs, and the group that's working to install the working to install the stations also identified these areas too. They gave us an estimate of $46,362 to fix everything and suggested that we do it all at once. So for instance, if they go ahead and they install the stations, and then later we decide that we have to, that we'll do all of the other work, that's double the cost, because now we'll have to take out the stations to do all of the work. So it suggested that we do it all at once.
Great.
Okay. So next is the wonderful library van. And I believe this is our third year asking for the library van. And I just want to let you know that the summaries that you have were provided by Matt Halverson, the city fleet manager. And I just want to thank him for all of his work in breaking down the cost and the different models that he's provided. And also to let you know that this we will receive the discount with the state contract that the city has. So
Awesome.
that said, give me 1 second.
So Sherelle, does the library just have the one van as your fleet?
We do. We have just the one van, and it's a rear wheel van, which I was always shocked that we would have a rear wheel van since we live in a city, that gets snow, and rear wheels are horrible in snow. It is 17 years old. The driver's door won't, it has a few quirks. The driver's door won't open without force. There's lots of wear and tear to the point, if something goes majorly wrong, we'll have costly repairs. And just so you know that our van usage includes the daily run between the two libraries, to the city dump, and then restocking offsite collections, or, picking up things that, that the library needs. So the city department, the fleet department, they purchased several of the transit vans with the gas engines and medium roofs. What we have right now is what's called a low roof, but the city purchases medium roofs. They've not yet, they said they don't purchase the low roofs. So the purpose of the higher top vans is to make when they're working, it makes it easier on the personnel by allowing them to stand. They also allow us to transport more items at once, just because, the roof is a little taller. And I noted that the city has a goal of reducing the carbon footprint and, wanting to move toward the electric fleet, though they've not done so yet. So what we're requesting is a medium roof electric van. And, it would be prudent to do it at this time, particularly because we're getting the charging stations and we can charge, the van on site.
Awesome.
Okay.
Okay, and you have all of the explanation for the different models that we've provided. So we did provide medium and low roof for electric models, and also medium and low roof for the gas models. Any questions?
No, thank you. Keep going with your list.
Okay. So next up is the Sono Library security alarm system and intercom system. So at this point, our system is dated at over 25 years old. It malfunctions often, and we're told the company no longer creates parts for this system. Therefore, if something majorly goes wrong, we, will have to update anyway and go through the required process, but it would take longer, not take longer, but we'd have to go through the process, which would mean we would be without, security for some time. So we'd like to be proactive at this point and just get it done. We did the same thing with the main library last year, which also was in the same, condition, outdated, 25 years old. So that was approved in last year's budget and has been taken care of through Guardian. So Guardian also supports this project and they would manage this project if approved.
Does this security system also include monitoring for fire or flooding?
We have a separate system that we have a panel from the fire station that monitors like the fire. So it's two different systems. This is strictly security. And it does not, that's a good question. I don't think it monitors for flooding, but that's something I can ask Neil.
Great. Yeah, we'd love to preserve the collection, have it not not be watered down.
For sure. No, that's an excellent question. And then the intercom system, which is part of this package, is our main library has this, intercom. So like if there's an emergency, we can announce emergencies. And we can just, make announcements. So, that's something we'd love, for the Sonos library to have as well.
Awesome.
And so let's see. And then next up, we want security cameras for both libraries, but I've, separated them so you can see the cost difference. So for the Sonos library cameras, it would be $32,721. And we've put it in the past, but I think it's prudent that we have surveillance now even more so because, in modern society, we have too many antisocial behaviors going on across the nation. And so, the libraries are open to the public, everyone in the public, 7 days a week. So, we're asking for cameras on our exterior and our entrance, hopefully to thwart or identify antisocial behaviors and hopefully to act as a deterrent, to theft and vandalism. This is also a project that Guardian supports and will manage if approved. So the Sonos libraries are $32,721 and the main library is $49,775. But I do want to note that the company that I received the quotes from, they're pretty much on the higher end of the spectrum when it comes to price. This project would obviously have to go out to bid, so it more than likely won't be this high of a cost. Questions?
Nope.
No.
And that would include all of your entrances and exits, not just the door? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And so next we have one of my favorites, our Norwalk newspaper digitization project, which is an ongoing project. It was approved last year as a multi-year project rather than, paying for the full amount. So for this year, we're asking for $22,800. Next year, it would be the same amount. In 2027, it would be $22,351. So we have the option of paying it off all at once, or we can continue with the multi-year project. And just to give you an example, I mean, it's a phenomenal project. So let me 1 second. So our request to provide digital access to the hours missing years from 1971 to 2008 will provide a searchable index that can be accessed on the Norwalk Public Library's website 24 hours, 7 days a week by residents and historians. The remaining 35 non-digitized, I can never say this, and plus I have Invisalign, so please forgive me, years are critical to Norwalk's history. Our librarians filled many research questions that fall into these missing years. 1970 is our last year that we're digitized for the hour, and that's more than 50 years ago.
I have a question about this one. I agree with you. This is a very important project and of great value to the city.
Mhm.
And I know that we didn't express any problem with it last year. It just seems to me, and I wouldn't fight over this, that this belongs as an operating expense rather than the capital expense.
If you need to do it, but I think Sherelle, is your goal to just get up to 2008 and then after that, the paper itself is digitized, so you don't need to buy the service to put it into your system?
Correct. So basically, we're just trying to bring it up to date because our history room is used quite heavily, particularly, some people who come in who are doing columns for the hour, looking for years past, and that falls into many of the years. So I understand that you would think that it should belong in operating, but because these are, they're not necessarily ongoing costs, it's more of a, well, I guess had we paid for it all together, one-time cost, but, and it's okay to separate it out into multi-year costs, but we looked at it more as a capital budget project.
Understood.
It definitely falls into a gray area for me because it is actual paper property, so.
Right, we already own it.
Yes,
Right.
Just
exactly.
getting somebody to do
Can I
it.
And just-
address
and
that though? I
increasing the
served
value.
on the mayor's council for making the decision to move the city's archives to the Norwalk library. And so we have congregated all of the
Absolutely.
information that was all over the city. Now it's there, and this is the piece that completes it,
Absolutely.
going back to previous papers before the Norwalk Hour. So I perceive it as a capital budget because it's gonna be there forever.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be lasting more than 10 years. It doesn't have a shelf life.
Okay. And but you chose to spread it out over
We
the
were asked
5
to
years.
do that a couple of years
Oh,
ago.
yeah,
Yes,
okay,
yeah.
I remember, this has been coming up and up and up,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's a perennial thing.
We wanted it all in one shot, but that was the decision.
It was approved as a multi-year. Yeah, we did request, to purchase it all at once as a savings. I believe the savings was roughly $8,000, but it was approved as a multi-year project.
But we have that gap of 38 years.
Right.
of
Yeah.
No information.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, well,
And we're just here to see really if it complies with the PLC.
Right.
We're not the BET. so.
yeah, exactly. We might have thought we approved it for something and then somebody else did something with
Yeah,
it later
the
down the
CFO
road.
and BET probably.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and next are our technology upgrades, which are prudent, to libraries. So the first on our technology upgrade list is something called Collection HQ. This is a tool that will help us better develop, manage, and market our physical collection using data-driven decisions. So just as a caveat, Norwalk Public Library was chosen as one of 6 libraries in the state of Connecticut to work with a national organization called Libraries Without Borders. This group complemented our high numbers of the patrons who are coming into the building, but noted that the numbers don't match the amount of borrowed materials, and they thought it could be a little higher. And they identified that as an area of improvement. And this tool can help us by identifying the subjects and the authors, that Norwalk patrons like most, and, help us to, market and get, those numbers up.
Do you have to, it's a subscription then? You have to renew it every year?
This one, you know what? Let's see.
Sure, I understand.
We would, but that would go into our operating budget.
On
the
this
renewal
item,
cost. So what we've done as far as technology upgrades is that we've grouped them all together. And so next, sorry.
oh, please go ahead. If you're continuing on this, I have a question on the technology one, but feel
Sure,
free.
go ahead. I can answer if you want to pause.
Yeah, so on the technology, excited to see the large format printer and also the desktops being purchased. It looks like the team's targeting a model year of 2021 for the iMacs. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, repeat that. I can barely hear you.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Is the team targeting 2021 for the iMac desktop model year? Is that right?
Yes.
It looks like the budget may be sufficient to buy more recent generations, and I'd recommend looking into that just because the older models are likely to become obsolete fairly soon. They're using an older processor that's being phased out by a lot of software vendors.
Oh, good point. Good point. I'll mention that to our IT person.
I think this budget, not knowing specifics, would likely work for 2023 models without needing to adjust the number. But I'll leave that to the IT person to determine.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you. I'm just writing that down. Thank you. Next would be Cat Express. And it's a cloud-based database that will complement our current product and will offset some of the costs by providing descriptive, informative descriptions and allowing for better discovery on our public catalog. So last year you approved a new ILS. Ours was at least 20 years old. And they'd had like 2 upgrades since then. So now that we're upgraded, we're compatible with more items and we can do a little bit more, which is awesome. So whenever we have a record, that's any item that comes in, we download the record. Sometimes some records are better than others. This particular one gives quality descriptions. So that would reduce us, having one that we think is okay, but then finding another that's a little bit better. And then we have to download that record as well. So we'd like to see how this works for a year. If there's, if it works seamlessly, we might be able to get rid of our current product, and that would save us roughly $7,400 a year with the downloading of records. So again, thank you for approving our ILS last year. It's been a tremendous help. Let's see. And so you mentioned the Macs. We have a large population of our patrons that only utilize Macs. These computers are superior for movie and sound editing and gaming, which, our younger patrons like as well. So right now, our Macs are dated. And so we would just like to update with 6 Macs. And then someone mentioned the Canon printer. So we like a large format printer, just so in-house, if we have, signage that requires something more than the business size paper, we can print it. And this might also offset, some of our printing costs as well, where we have to go out to the printer, to have him produce the larger size printing.
Awesome.
Okay, and then finally, last on our list is the outdoor furniture for the Norwalk Public Library. So this was something that we also requested last year, but we noted that we like to work in conjunction with Jim Travers and those who are working on the Wall Street improvement. So we just, we put together, like our outdoor furniture is dilapidated. It does not protect from, weather. And so, I'm sorry, I thought someone had a question. And so that's why we're, requesting the outdoor furniture. not just for aesthetics, but because our other areas are falling apart. But this, again, is also something we would like to work in conjunction with the Wall Street Improvement Committee, just so we have, a coordinated look. But in the meantime, we would like to replace our benches and things like that. I'm sorry, someone have a question?
I was just gonna ask, Sherelle, have you considered reaching out to some local businesses that might like to have a little naming right, and they could donate that? I mean, oftentimes, a sponsor of your bench or whatever.
Yeah.
That might be a easy way to do it. Not easy, but a less
Cost
expensive
efficient.
for the taxpayer. Some local business might want to do that, or some generous patron. It's not a huge amount, but.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, we haven't, but good idea, but we haven't.
Okay,
So it's something that we can certainly look into.
great.
And is the bench that is given here as an example, the one that would be purchased or to be approved?
Yep, I don't know if you have the packet, but we have the different
do.
items in the
Yeah.
packet, yeah. I'm sorry, was that your question, Darius?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Okay.
My only suggestion is if there's a better looking bench, then let's go with it. But aside from that.
So I'm gonna have you help me, Darius. How about that? I'll recruit you. You can help me choose it.
But we are finding that a lot of our patrons want to be outside
Outdoors.
with COVID, and more people are trying to use the library and be outside. So it's important to
I
get
agree.
that.
And we'll have a design guide for the
Yeah.
streets, so maybe
Yeah,
we'll work with
right.
you folks, Sherelle, to be able to match the design.
Yeah,
Perfect.
sturdy metal attached to the ground is probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Right, and make sure Darius is helping us too.
Okay, great. Does anybody have any more questions for Sherelle?
No, thank you for your time.
No, all right, thank you,
And
Sherelle.
thank you.
Hope get
Thank
better.
you. Have a great day.
Yes,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Oh, I do have one more question. How's it going with the expansion or the design
Yeah,
process?
so that's actually in the economic community development budget. We had 2.1 million in capital. We used 1.42 to be able to secure 3 Belden, and the
Yeah.
closing is still underway now. So in the economic community development budget, we're gonna ask for another 1.4 million to be able to replace what was spent on
Yeah.
3 Belden, to advance the architectural services for the expansion. And that's in partnership, of course, with the library and the library board, but also building and maintenance. So Alan Lowe is gonna lead that effort. We actually have the architectural services RFP drafted already. It was ready,
That's gonna be my
a
next
number of
question.
months ago. And so we're ready to put it out as soon as we have the ability to. I think one thing that we thought of was if we used a certain portion of it to be able to do a phase 1, and then if the 1.4 is able to come through, then we can do the construction designs with the other. So with the other 1.4. So even with what we have now, I think we'll be able to move forward with the design and sort of even doing like a facilities analysis of what space is used
Yeah.
today and how we want the space to be
Yeah.
used in the future, and then be able to build the construction design to match that. So we're excited about it.
Perfect, thank you.
And before I leave, I just want to thank you all for last year. You approved the Sono renovation, and it is coming along wonderfully. I think you'll be very proud of the work that's being done there. And if you have social media, feel free to go on the Sono Library's website so you can see the phases. But they're doing a great job. So thank you again.
I saw the pictures on Facebook and it really does look beautiful.
It's coming along really nicely, yeah.
Ask a question. You say, what is the timeframe for this expansion? Do you have a particular timeframe?
In the budget here, we have 25 million requested for 2027. So that's the construction, yeah. That's when the funding would be requested for construction.
And just as planning for the future, we, as you know, have a parking problem at Belden, but we're anticipating an additional potential problem at Sono because of the Webster Street development, and parking authority had given us use of 10 spaces in that lot. And so we're concerned about that in the future.
And I
to keep planning for it.
Yeah, I think Patsy brings up a really good point because I heard a common theme with the police
Police
department.
department.
And I think it's important to note that the police department lot and both of the library lots are the only public lots that we don't currently charge for. So we have a sneaking suspicion that folks that are working in certain areas, instead of paying for their 8 hours of parking, are parking in the free lot. And just like Chief Walsh was saying, people carrying luggage to the train station. So in addition to, thinking about parking facilities and how to fund parking facilities, I also think we need to take a step back and also analyze who's using the parking, when they're using the parking. Is it the patrons of the library? Is it the patrons of the police department? And sort of what does that look like, and how can we have some level of enforcement there? Because when you're competing with a street spot that you're paying, $1 an hour for versus a spot that's 20 feet away, that it has no cost associated to it, it's an easy thing to figure out, right? So I think there's that piece of it too that we need to analyze.
And we did have the same experience at Liberty Square. That problem got solved by putting
Pay machines in.
parking, and that's really helped.
Oh, okay. For the, not paid parking for the library?
No, I'm talking about the city.
Yeah.
So many different things.
Yeah.
I'm more
Square,
for.
right.
I
So
got you.
Liberty Square was free parking and
Yeah,
we
but
found that the lot was overflowing over and over. So we actually put paid parking stations in with a 2-hour time limit, and it's helped the businesses there because the people are now turning
Right.
over instead of parking and going
Staying
to
overnight.
Park or
Right.
walking
Yeah.
to, wherever they're walking for the day.
Parking.
Yeah, parking.
One of our
is
pet
tough
peeves.
one.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. Then I guess we'll go on to the Historical Commission with David Westmoreland.
Tammy, I just wanted to mention, I need to meet with,
Is he over here, David?
representatives and the mayor.
Oh, okay.
So, well, if you want, I can present items quickly, or Sabrina can present them on my behalf. It's up to you.
David, are you in a rush?
In courtesy to David, how long is your presentation?
So I have an appraisal. Appraiser coming to my house at 11:20. She's fortunately running behind because the city
Yeah.
reval upped my assessment by 65%. So,
Okay.
I.
Community.
I-
Consider
All
community
right, I
service.
just present one, just to give you back.
Okay.
One of them was the library, which Darius had asked about, so I think you have background on that. But the other one relates to what Chief Walsh was talking about, which is the Marine unit.
Yeah.
And so you're going to see an item on my capital budget that probably looks like it may belong there or may not belong there. And for Sabrina, I just wanted to give you some background on it.
Yeah, take it.
We've been in partnership with Parks and Rec and in partnership with the police department to talk about building one single building that would include a welcome center for residents and visitors to the city of Norwalk, as well as the Marine unit, which would, be on the water, in addition to transient boating facilities. So toilets and showers and washing machines to be able to help support visitors coming in off of the water. It's $350,000, and we're looking to bring on a consultant to help us figure out if that can be one building, and if it could be one building, how those facilities would
Yeah.
work in that building. And there's a separate study that's being led by Parks and Rec currently, which is just concluding on different locations of where a building like that could be situated, based on the floodplain, what we're seeing for flooding and things like that. So it's a little bit of an anomaly. It could be in Chief Walsh's budget, it could be in Parks and Rec budget, and it could be in our budget. The reason it's in ours is because we're working with the Harbor Commission to be able to advance transient moorings. So how to get more transient moorings in the harbor, and then how to support the transient facilities to be able to ensure that we're using programs like DOCWA to be able to have Norwalk be a destination for them. I'm sorry to jump around. I just wanted to give you a bit of background because it's a little
Okay.
bit of an anomaly in my budget.
All right, so that came out of economic and community development.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And
And-
Sabrina will be able to
do
present
the
the
rest.
other items, but a little bit of a fun one.
Yeah.
so.
Does anybody have any questions about that?
Are there any sites in mind for like potential relocation? But I know it's presumptive to even go on that topic.
So there's a couple things. One is, as you know, the Walkbridge project, that has taken a few parcels by eminent domain.
Yeah.
And so we're hoping that the city will have right of first refusal on those parcels, but we're a little unsure. Part of the meeting today is to figure out what that looks like. And then in addition, we had talked about Vets Park, but of course, the flooding in Vets Park is a concern, so we would need to figure out how to make sure that there's dry access, which you guys know all about from your meetings. And there are a few other locations, but the lack of a breakwater and the lack of docks currently in the water is a little bit of a challenge because we're not sure the deep permitting process would probably take a number of years. So if it was at Vets, we'd be able to utilize the transient docks that are currently there, but we would need to figure out dry access. So a handful of different locations, all access with the water, obviously with the transient boating facilities and the marine unit.
Yeah, boating is actually a water dependent use.
Shocking.
And at first, when you said transient, I thought you were talking more about like homelessness. Really? Okay, all right, thank you so much. We'll let you go, and then we will go back to Mr. Westmoreland. Thank you for allowing. Okay. And then we are, just so people know that we'll try to take a quick break, maybe around 11 or so, just so people can, powder their nose or stretch their legs.
We should be relatively quick. I only have 4 projects. My name is David Westmoreland. I'm the unpaid staff for the Historical Commission. Manage the budget, to be on the commission, but I still do this because I actually like it strangely.
We love it.
So like I said, we have four items. Patsy Flesh is here. She's the vice chair of Lockwood Matthews Mansion, running our biggest project for the Historical Commission, which is the first item on the agenda. We're requesting an additional $3 million for the huge project we have underway. As I think most of you know, we have a 12 million project going right now.
No, it's $14,750,000.
To
call it 15.
upgrade all of the mechanical systems in the mansion. It's a very, very complex project. We do not have enough money to complete it, and we're looking for money for $3 million to finish the archival space and some other items to be able to do that. This price goes up dramatically if we're not able to do it as part of the current project. If you go to the mansion, you'll understand why, because there's a huge amount of protection. You can't see any of the walls. It's all covered up with plywood, protection on the floor, and you have a whole project team geared up to run all this stuff. So it's really critical that we get this funding at this time.
Just add on to that. This was anticipated. This is not a surprise. The original project met with the governor in 2018. We had said, it's a 17 million to a $20 million project. And the state, Bob Duff got us 8 million from the state to get us going. And then the city has been putting in funding on an annual basis to move the project along. The project was designed in 2008. And so what this means to the city from a physical point of view, it also has a lot of legs as far as running the museum. We've had to move out totally out of the museum. And the move cost us $500,000, and moving back in is going to cost us another $250,000. It's massive. It's hard to understand. I've worked on a lot of projects for the city through my years here, and this is the most challenging and probably the most interesting one that I've been. And so we had talked about this 3 million last year. It was projected that we would need this. And we had designed to that. So this is nothing new, so I wanted to, but for a fun thing, I am cleaning out the archives at the mansion. And this is Lockwood Matthews Mansion, Life Magazine, 1970. Okay, and we're figuring, this is just how significant and important this building is to the country. But before I pass it down, we were first before Faneuil Hall, and they were being preserved at the same time. And this sketch was done by Frank Zullo's father-in-law, and HUD added all the snow and the green, and his father-in-law was very, very annoyed. with that, to say the least.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Yes.
Covered up.
That's the only one that we have. And then in addition, we are doing a front door project, which is gonna be absolutely amazing. And it's being funded with money from the trustees and the state on a separate. And it's $150,000 to restore the front doors. And this is part of the planning. So I just, they'll pass it on to you, but, the mansion is special in this country. And once this is done, we're gonna be able to have different kind of programming. We're gonna be open all year round because there was no heat and no electricity. It's very intrusive in the building and it is just mechanical, so that when we get done with this, the city is gonna be always looking every year to do some restoration or protection of the building. So I don't know how many more years I'm gonna be involved, so I'm doing the pitch for the next.
Okay, so keep going, David. Thank you. Just, we'll ask you questions when you're done.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is Smith Street buildings. We're asking for $225,000. Smith Street is the street that runs behind Mill Hill, the lower street where the Tuscala and the Harbor project is. We have two buildings, an 1860s barn that was the home to the original Department of Public Works department when they had a mule and a cart and filled potholes with dirt. And then the other building is the old city jail. We call it the Smith Street Jail, or the old lockup. The city had turned it into the second floor into two studio apartments in the 70s, and they rented them for $400 a month. When one of the tenants had 6,000 books and a space heater, not a surprise. In 2010, there was a fire. And fortunately, the fire department responded pretty quickly. The damage was contained to the second and third floors, and all the historic fabric was already taken out anyway to put the apartments in, so we don't really lose anything. But intact is the old city jail on the first floor, where the jail cells, graffiti on the walls from prisoners in the 1800s.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's very, very cool. We're working with the Historical Society on exhibits. We're gonna use the first floor for exhibit about the history of jail and all the crazy people that were there. And the second floor will be a big exhibit on Norwalk pottery, where the head of the harbor apartments that used to be one of the big pottery factories in Norwalk. And Norwalk pottery is very collectible. It's very valuable. We have a very large collection of it. We'd like to show and tell the story of people who work there and
That's awesome.
show the pottery. So we've been under this is year 14 of working on restoring the jail.
Oh, wow.
We had insurance money from the fire that paid for the outside restoration and the windows and replacing all the fire damaged structure on the inside, most of it, not all of it. And then we got that work done in 2015. Then we received a $625,000 grant from the state that allowed us to do ADA and new parking, ADA compliance, a giant ramp going up to the second floor outside that's ADA compliant to get into the.
Yeah, it's awesome on the side there.
And then a walkway up to the top of Mill Hill to connect the upper and lower sites. And after 6 years, we have finally finished that project. So now we're trying to work on the interior. This $225,000 will be for the interior restoration. We will be seeking a matching grant from the state's Historic Restoration Fund to fund the rest of it. But we have to have the money first to be able to apply for the grant. So that's what that is for.
Was that in the budget previously and got cut, or is this the first time you're coming for?
It's
the
been in the
jail?
budget every year and I've gotten a little bit. And it's kind of, we were working on a lot of other things, so this kind of always
Fell to the bottom.
fell to the bottom, but now it's kind of at the top.
Good.
The next item is the museum collection. We're asking for $20,000. We store most of the city's museum collection, which is worth several $1 million, at least we never really priced it out, of objects and artifacts from Norwalk's history. in the ground floor of the health department. There was a leak in the front of the building that did a lot of damage to the ceiling and to the walls in one section. Has old nasty carpet in it and all that. So we're looking to repair all of that and replace the flooring with something, get the carpet out of there and buy some racks to help store the materials. We're going through a 3-year project with the Historical Society to assess and catalog it and make all that information available.
And is this in conjunction with the Arts Commission as well? I know that last year there had been some discussion around the collection.
We host their data for their collection on our system, so we maintain that.
Yeah.
We'll be adding that to make that available online as well.
On this item for 2027 and 2028, I saw that there's 75,000 and 10,000. But there weren't any descriptions or justifications for why those amounts were needed. I don't know if we're talking about those future years yet or not, but just wanted to call that out.
We sort of decided not to.
Okay, great. Let's move on then.
Just for the sake of time.
Yep.
Yeah, honestly,
Keep going with just this year.
I think
David, please.
I think they're just placeholders.
I stopped really working on that because nobody's ever asked about it in the last 7 years. But I just put something in, but we do have projects planned. The last project is cemetery site work, $15,000. The Historical Commission oversees 4 city-owned cemeteries, the largest of which is Plain Island Cemetery. Pine Island has, behind Dr. Matthews Mansion and Matthews Park, Pine Island has a loop, kind of a U-shaped road that goes through it. That road is part of the Norwalk River Valley Trail that connects Matthews Park to go across the train tracks to connect up with the Norwalk River Valley Trail that then goes through South Norwalk. So that trail, that road is having issues. We keep having washouts on it. We've had volunteers do repairs, and it just needs to be retopped at this point. We think we've got it stable.
That connects into Oyster Shell? Is that the
Yes,
path? Okay.
yeah, it connects to Oyster Shell Park. So we'd like to get that redone because it is an important connection.
Yeah,
for the
absolutely.
Norwalk River Valley Trail.
And are you guys working with any other city departments on this, or like TMP, Parks and Rec, DPW?
No, it's just, we've always maintained everything there, so.
Yeah.
They might, be able to tie it into another project
Yeah.
and maybe wouldn't cost you so much.
I have, in my 15 years, I've never been able to get any money.
Piggyback on anyone else.
It's
I
a
hear
new,
you.
it's a new
just tried to
TMP.
throw it out.
There's a whole new thought process and energy there that just 3 or 4 years ago didn't exist.
Yeah.
So,
I
Yeah,
absolutely
and-
agree with that.
yeah.
Wherever we can increase cross.
Right,
Cross-function
cross-pollination, right.
collaboration,
Yeah.
absolutely.
In their pavement budget.
Yeah, because they might be
Having run
paving
the
something
Department of
close
Public
by
Works
and they
50
could
years
just,
ago.
Yeah.
spread a little your way, It's
Well,
a
I had-
city
I had-
road, right? It's not.
I had money taken out of the budget a few years ago for tree work because Parks and Rec has tree money called Parks and Recs. Oh, no, we don't have any money left. We have trees
Yeah,
about to
okay.
fall into some. Sorry, I'm cynical.
I get it,
But-
I get it.
but
I can be the same.
I love TMP and I will certainly talk to them.
Yes,
It's a
absolutely.
great suggestion.
Thank you.
So I actually was thinking of that when I was sitting here.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just being snarky.
Doesn't hurt. I get it.
So, anyway. Any questions?
No, sounds really exciting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great,
Thank
thank
you for
you.
this. I hope that
Oh, yes.
project continues to go well over there at Lockwood
Oh,
Matthews.
it's
It's a big
amazing.
undertaking.
Can't wait to get everybody in and.
Yeah,
Yeah, and we would probably love to do a walkthrough.
yeah, we could have a little welcome party.
You mean now while we're under construction?
Yeah, well,
either
that's kind of
both,
fun
yeah,
too.
both.
I actually
I've
love
seen
that.
It's
Yeah.
really
It's
amazing.
when it gets a little safer.
Okay.
Because we have insurance
Yep.
problems and we have contract
Of
that
course, yeah.
doesn't allow.
Maybe in the
visitors.
spring.
But because all of the floors are taken up and moved downstairs
Yeah.
and all of the piping and electricity are in the floors. And so now we're putting the floors back and then the second floor has 2 layers of floor.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, well, feel free to reach out in like 2 months or something.
it's just amazing, amazing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, so just, Arts Commission is up next and we have scheduled a little break from, 11 to 11:15. It's 5 past by my watch. Does anybody have an urgent need to get to someplace, or do the commissioners?
Do we just want to take like
Take
a
a 5-minute break?
5 minute break?
So we come back at 10 past? Just-
Keep going.
Just to let you know too, we
The
told the Board of Ed,
yeah.
we'll see you at noon.
Oh, at noon,
Yeah,
okay.
because we're gonna go way past.
Yes.
the schedule
Okay,
anyway,
all right,
so
well, then that's better.
we
Board
said
of Ed
see you at
noon.
noon and you have an hour, so.
Okay, so then hopefully we can squeak in these other ones, and we've already done these guys. In the meantime, okay, 5 minutes.
5 minute break.
Back at 10 past.
Hey all, I'm not sure if you've resumed the meeting, but we can't hear you. Your line's muted.
Sorry.
Thank you, Catherine, sorry.
No worries.
I'll restart. So I'm Autumn Administrator. I'm the Human Services Director for the City of Norwalk. And we have Bill Haddock here, ADA Coordinator for the City of Norwalk. So this is the first time that we've been in front of you in a couple of years. This role used to be included in the Fair Rent Coordinator's role. But we realized that in order to give it its proper attention, we really needed to separate it. That was approved last year, and that's how we ended up with Bill, who's doing this part-time and was gracious enough to come in on a Friday when he doesn't normally work, because he is very detail-oriented, and I wanted to make sure he was here to answer any possible questions about the details of the projects that we're proposing. So we're requesting 300,000. And this is in line with the Plan of Conservation and Development, because goal 1 at its top says Norwalk has a comprehensive and balanced transportation system with safety and modality accessibility, the top priority of citywide transportation and planning. And you'll see some of our projects in align and correspond with some of the other projects that TNP talked about, some of the projects that the library talked about. And that's actually one of the goals that we have. So Bill meets with the department heads, and he's gone around and updated our transition plan. So the AD transition plan was completed in 2013. There's still a lot of items that haven't been completed. So they had identified 230 items, not including the schools, because the schools are on a separate trajectory. Especially with all of the construction and building of new schools, so we're not including the schools as we talk about these numbers. So there was 230 items listed, about 38% of them have been completed, so we still have a long ways to go. Instead of requesting a new survey, a new plan to be done, what we asked and tasked the Bill was to go around to each of those areas, see what was completed, confirm what was completed, look at what needs maintenance, because things we have done over the years at this point might require maintenance. And also, we created a prioritization rubric. What we found was that past projects were done kind of ad hoc, as you could, as as people could fit it into their schedule. But we wanted to be very, very purposeful of it, so we created a whole rubric, prioritize the projects, and this is the result that you're seeing now. The account did have money because it was like a subset of somebody else's position. It wasn't working as effectively as possible, and the projects were taking longer than they needed to take in order to really bring our city to a different level of ADA compliance. And so in this year that Bill has been with us, he has already identified projects that we would be more than happy to share for the funds that are currently in the account. And then we also have proposed projects for the funds that we're requesting this $300,000 for. So I know I just gave you a lot of information. Should I just proceed to the projects that we're requesting these funds for?
Please.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. And maybe I'll just hand it over to Bill so that he can outline them, since this is the great work he's doing.
Well, thank you. And it wasn't that great of a sacrifice to come in today, so I was happy to do it. So our rubric looks at prioritizing our projects, and number one, accessible route. Got to be able to get in. Number two is accessible egress. Got to be able to get out safely. And then toilet rooms, and then service counters, and on and on and on, to allow program access equally to everyone in our city. So when I began, we had a remainder of roughly about $300,000 in our account that hadn't been spent. With COVID and with personnel changes, things hadn't been keeping up to the point that they should have been. So we kind of fell behind. So we do have some ground to make up. Currently, the money that we had in our fund for this past year is well accounted for. We're looking at things that were itemized in 2013 that still haven't been done. Much of the focus that we're addressing this year pertains to the concert hall here at City Hall, which is original 1938 construction, has really been it's literally the flagship of the city. I mean, it's used in all of our literature, and is really an underutilized space. And I'm referring to the front entrance at the corner of East Avenue and Sunset Hill. It was brought to my attention during the year that Guardian had planned renovation work to the front terrace and steps and two side doors that enter from that part of the building. And I thought it was only prudent to address that area, since it's been on our list now for over 10 years, as there being no accessible route to get into the building that way. And while we were looking into it, I've actually seen school buses dropping off students to use the facility at Sunset Hill. And one day that I happened to be there actually was a student in a wheelchair, and they were trying to figure out how to carry the person in the wheelchair up the steps, because they didn't want them to be forced to come all the way around to use the separate entrance. So I thought it was only prudent to address accessibility while that area was being repaired and renovated. So we are constructing, we do plan to construct an accessible ramp that will meet architectural and aesthetics, and I think will be a beautiful addition to the front of the building for decades, probably the next 100 years. And it's going to match aesthetically to the front of the building. And I think it's really going to be something that the city will make a lot of use of. And it will bring more use to an underutilized part of the building. Along with that, egress, yes.
Sorry, they want to focus on
Yes, ma'am.
2024. What he said is important because it speaks to number one prioritization on why we're requesting the funds, and that's the reconstruction of the concert hall lobby restrooms. So
Correct.
once the ramp is completed, that portion of the concert hall has been out of compliance.
It's the restrooms in the concert hall lobby date back to the original construction of the building, don't meet compliance standards. Doors are too narrow to even get a wheelchair or other mobility device in there. So now that we've addressed accessibility and accessible route to that area, we would like to include bringing those restrooms up to ADA compliant standards.
Granted that it's absolutely necessary to do that. I have no argument with that whatsoever. Are you nonetheless going to lose, toilets as a result of, doing that?
Yeah, that was gonna be my question.
We-
The footprint.
We probably, in the men's room, there probably won't be much choice but to lose one toilet. We're gonna try to keep what we do to minimum, but, we're gonna open a can of worms with asbestos and lead once we get into doing demolition work in there. But the ladies' room offers more space, so the loss of a toilet there wouldn't be as bad.
And how many toilets are in the restrooms?
There's two toilets in the men's room with two urinals. The urinals can stay. In order to make an accessible toilet space, we would have to lose one toilet unless we could build out into the lobby or take existing space that may be there.
And is that a part of the discussion currently, or?
It is, but it may be cost prohibitive to do that.
Especially once you talk about remediation.
It's going to be an expensive project.
Absolutely.
At minimum.
And I do
So-
want to highlight that there is an accessible route and accessible bathrooms from the front of the concert hall,
Yeah,
right? So this
absolutely.
is just addressing the back, but it wouldn't be the only accessible restrooms and facilities for those that are entering the concert hall.
Yep, and with the loss, and last question, with the loss of, will there just be one stall that will, in the men's room that will be handicap accessible, or will there be one average stall and then one handicap accessible
In the
stall?
men's,
In the men's room, we would have one accessible stall. The two urinals are accessible the way they are. We'd have to address at least one of the sinks. There's two sinks.
Yeah.
We'd have to make one sink accessible.
Yeah,
but in the women's.
In the ladies' room, I believe there are 4 or 5 toilets. So we'd have more remaining, but we'd still need to address a sink.
Yeah.
There as well.
all right.
Okay,
Not to at all micromanage the project, but more macro, that to my knowledge, I don't know what you call that, the front entrance or the back entrance, the entrance that's on East Avenue in the corner of Sunset.
Mhm.
In my 30 years coming to City Hall, I've never seen that open. So is it not open because it isn't ADA accessible? Is it not open for security reasons? And maybe you can't answer these questions. And I go to many concerts at City Hall, and I don't think I've ever seen people using the restrooms in the back because everybody thinks that they're here in the front. I'm not opposed to bringing them up to code, but there's also a historic nature of the front of the East Avenue entrance. And so because it's historic, 1938, are we still held to the same ADA compliance codes because of the age of the building?
So for the ramp, that was going to be reconstructed, and we do have legal responsibilities to put 20% of any construction costs, correct, Bill?
Correct.
Into accessibility.
From
So-
the front?
Because they were going to redo it.
Okay.
So as long as things aren't being
Oh, I
touched,
see. If they're not gonna redo it, then they don't have to.
right,
it potentially kicks in that the federal requirement that, once we, and that was my concern, was that once we alter that area, we are required by the federal government to make it accessible. As far as historically, it's not the original historic
design.
design, so it has changed since 1938. It's not utilized currently because the entrance obviously was made to be closest to parking, but it's also in such a deteriorated state that it's unsafe to use. But there are events that go on, and I believe that by updating that space, the potential for using it more is there.
Sure. I know that there's a lot of deterioration in one of the staircase ceilings. It's call it for lack of a better term, plaster, and it's all coming down. And it definitely needs attention, in my opinion, more than the bathrooms do, because there must be water coming in from somewhere, and so that's not great. And the other question I have is, are we not going toward unisex bathrooms, and would that be a better handicap accessibility to have 1 or 2 unisex bathrooms, and then whether you have a men's room or a women's room, you know, I don't know.
Personally, my feeling about that is the fact that that facility seats over 1,000 people. For someone using a mobility device who came in that way, they're likely going to use the wheelchair spaces, seating spaces that are up at the top that currently are not being used. We are required to have
Because they're
10.
using them at the front by the stage.
Correct, but we're not up to compliance with the number of seating spaces that we currently have. So it'll help us bring us closer to compliance, and at the same time, addresses, functionality. But the plumbing is already there for 2 bathrooms. I think it just makes most sense to utilize both.
You'd have to do more remediation if we tried to reconfigure the restrooms because of the asbestos, because, well, the potential for asbestos, the potential for lead. Yeah, I think it would just be about, if we're trying to be more inclusive, it'd be about having a policy, whether we have it in writing or not, that people can use their preferred restroom. And that's typically the way that we handle it when it's already structured for 2 different gendered bathrooms.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and all of this for 300,000.
In speaking with Neil in Guardian Management, he expects, or he's told me to expect the bathroom project to easily consume about 200,000.
Yeah.
We're hoping to stay below that, but everything runs higher, and the cost of things today in 2023, 24, sorry, compared to 2018, which was really the last time we received full funding, has increased dramatically.
And this figure doesn't include remediation of mold, lead.
It hopefully does. I'm trying to be optimistic that it will, which would allow us to take care of a couple of other projects that I've prioritized on this list as well. If you'd like, I can address those. So the next project on my list, with transportation in mind and accessibility, is the Yankee Doodle Garage. Now, so it was brought to my attention through DPW and TMP that they have planned work there. Their work is described to me as mainly dealing with the facade of the building. And there are numerous items inside the structure that were identified in 2013 that I've confirmed are still remaining, that involve pretty much all of the interior concrete and walkways with regards to entering and exiting the building from either the front or the rear. They're way out of compliance as far as the running slopes of the curb ramps that are there, where the payment kiosks are. We don't have proper level landing space for a person in a mobility device to access that payment kiosk. There are no curb cuts on the Brunel Boulevard side to access for an accessible route to the bus facility.
Yeah, and TMP didn't want to include this in their budget.
It was not included in their budget, so it's my job to point out to people, you know, I tend to be that guy they see coming down the hall that tells you everything you're forgetting, or, you know, may not be seeing through the eyes of a person with a disability.
Yes, exactly.
So, you know, that's my focus, and it's not everyone's focus. So especially with the older parts of the buildings, and I've also pointed out that none of the accessible parking in Yankee Doodle Garage is compliant. There's not one compliant parking space in there that meets the proper size requirements for an access aisle and all of that. So it would be a perfect time to coordinate this work with the work that they're doing.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah, my main question was just whether or not they could have found the money within their budget or.
well, here's an example of something that we did this year. The parking lot at Cap Pasture Beach was
Yep.
totally redone. Additional accessible parking spaces were added. We're more than compliant there. It's great. They added a walkway for pedestrian access only. It's corded off by bollards. It's great. However, the route from the accessible parking requires users that need to get to a curb ramp to get to the beach. They had to walk over 200 feet to find a curb ramp. So I pointed out that there needed to be a curb ramp where the payment kiosk is. And we provided the funding for that. It was about $12,000 to add that curb ramp there with sidewalk work. So it's just, things aren't always spot, on paper.
No, and if you want to see it done, then it may have to come out of your budget.
Correct, right. I pointed it out. They agreed with me, and they said,
Yeah, best of luck to you.
right. So we were happy to help them.
Also, the wheelchair ramp at the beach is really great so that more people who are.
It is,
in
the mat, yeah, exactly, exactly.
Absolutely.
And then lastly, if we can do it, hopefully, this, for the upcoming year, is an accessible route for City Hall Drive to Eversley Avenue. ADA funding paid for all of the new curb cuts that you see along the side of the building and the route to the health department. So a lot of work was done, but it's still incomplete as far as getting to Eversley Avenue. There's one curb after another, there's parking aisles and that whole route. So there's about 18 curb ramps that I'd like to see done there. And we have had citizens contact through customer service that it's a sticking point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it should really be addressed.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Good. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you for yours. Okay, so
Have a great
is
week.
somebody from the Arts Commission?
That's me.
Yes. Oh, that's you.
Hi,
Welcome.
Brian Casper.
Hi, Brian.
I'm the Chair of the Arts and Cultural Commission now.
Nice to meet you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Are you relatively new to the city?
We moved here in 2015. I've been voting member of the Arts Commission for 2 years.
Okay.
Well, in 2020 was when I was sworn in for as voting member.
All right, far away. Thanks.
Sure. So we are looking to basically match the money that, well, a little bit more, yeah. That we asked for last year, to put together I've been calling it a public art festival. Basically on Wilson Avenue, behind the Wilson Avenue Arts Loft, that property is owned by David Genovese of Darien, who I have a relationship with. And he has shown interest in potentially putting, ideally, a recurring public art festival in that space. It's ideal because it's off the street. It's a lot of big blank white cinder block buildings. Also, the Wilson Avenue Arts Loft right there, and it's basically a gateway to what we are now defining as our arts and cultural district, that being Sono and up through the Wall Street area. So we're asking for $250,000 for this. To be perfectly honest, that basically would really only cover artist stipends for this project. There's about 20 to 25 locations. And I'm kind of averaging them out. They're varying sizes, averaging out to about $10,000 an artist. We would have to find sponsorship, other money, things like that to cover materials, lifts, potentially travel, things like that, which we could of course do through vendors, food trucks, a wide variety of, simply just asking companies to sponsor a public art festival. That's the elevator pitch.
Where would people park?
That is a very good question. So, the idea would be that we'd probably do it on the weekends.
Absolutely.
And my thought was that we could run shuttles from all those businesses that are on MLK, using some of their parking lots. A lot of them are, not all of them, but some of them aren't open on the weekends. The Marble Place and I forget, there's the Field House and things like that. We could run shuttles
But that, yeah, that's a good point.
We've also had experience from other events running shuttles from our public parking assets as well. So like the Webster Street lot, we could have people park there and then shuttle them down.
Do you have any idea, based on maybe they've done this in other communities, what the ROI is on that?
So, there's a wide variety of mural festivals and things like that that have been done all over the world. I've been using Wynwood Walls and as an example. This is an area of Miami that used to be just a bombed out industrial shell of a neighborhood. Now it is probably one of the, I don't know, most popular neighborhoods in Miami. There is no wall space in that neighborhood that's safe anymore. Everything is covered with some sort of mural. To kind of back it up a little bit, St. Petersburg is, a little smaller, a little bit closer to our population. They have actually just got fed an ad that they have 600 public murals. And that's through, they have 2 festivals there. So they use that as an asset to bring people to the city, to the point where I even looked up St. Petersburg, like.
But they also have the Dolly Museum there too, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and so then to
Hey,
draw
look, the
back.
Lock with Matthews
We
Mansion.
do. don't
Yeah.
we?
And the Norwalk Art Space.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, the old jail.
I've gone a few times.
But, and then to bring it back even further, I think it's Jackson, Michigan, hosted Bright Walls Festival. That's a city of only 31,000 people. They have 75 murals. They actually stopped doing the festival because they ran out of space. My hope is for this one to be sort of, something that would be changing every year, as a way to bring people to the city. If you reach out to the right types of talents and the right type of artists, to get people to kind of go, well, what's that place?
Yeah.
And do you all have an idea of what you're looking to see with these murals?
In terms of content or?
Yes.
Okay.
And aesthetics.
Well, obviously, simple things like, no hate speech, nothing, hateful. I think it's worthwhile to reach out to artists and let artists propose what they want to do. Let artists use this as something that they're proud of, that they want to speak about, that they want to talk about our place, they want to talk about how great it is to work with Norwalk, all those things, so then it becomes part of their portfolio, part of their aesthetic vision. Obviously, the Arts Commission would oversee that. We're gonna make sure we're not gonna end up with, I don't want to go down the road.
Yeah.
Things that would be,
So I can jump in on this a little
Yeah.
bit too. So in the past, the murals that we've done, we ran the gamut. So we've had ones that are very prescriptive, like we're looking for an MLK related installation.
Absolutely.
And we've got many proposals. Some weren't as MLK related as we had hoped, but we chose one that kind of fit our description the best.
Absolutely.
And then we also did it for the West Avenue wall, kind of where the vines are now, where we left it open. We were like, we want a welcoming piece of Norwalk, pretty much give us anything that you think would be great. And then we vetted those applicants. We picked one that was amazing. And then the Arts Commission actually works with that artist to tweak it to be exactly kind of what we would want. And there's a public process that goes into that as well before installation. So for the one on West Avenue specifically, we'll be doing kind of public outreach on what the saying is gonna be on the wall. So it varies with what we do. For the MLK one, we did a cleanup associated with it. So for this one, it's really installing 25 all at once, but also getting input from the community and also from the Arts Commission before the actual festival happens, which is like the fun, exciting part where we're all installing on the same day and you get to meet the artists and all that type of stuff.
and I think for something like this, that would hopefully, be recurring maybe every year, every other year. We have some more flexibility to do, maybe wilder things, and obviously not to offend anyone, but because it's going to change, it's less about, oh, this is something that is, West Avenue is this massive thing, it's $150,000, it's gonna be here for years. This is something that lasts maybe a year, and it's ever changing, almost like an outdoor gallery. If you aren't familiar with Wynwood Walls, it's worth looking up. It's internationally known. Artists you have to be invited to do it now.
I think that's kind of where our head is at now, not only to have like a community event that's really great, that creates essentially a new public gallery that we didn't have before. It's also the notoriety of it. Like people will come to see this specifically for this. Eventually, very well-known artists will get involved. I mean, we've got very well-known artists that are already working with us. But this will kind of spark that interest to really brand us as a city of the arts and like make sure our arts and cultural district is really doing what it's supposed to, which is support arts and culture in Norwalk.
So if it's 250,000, you think this 25 for 10?
Yeah.
then how come, if you're gonna do it every year, why is the ask for out years only 50?
So this is the first time we're asking for this specific festival. The out years are what we have previously asked for the Art in Public Places program. In general, the program is to support installation of public art in general. Our first time we did this, we spent the full $50,000 to support the MLK murals. The second time we did this, we have the Monroe Street mural, which will, hopefully that underpass will get done soon. We're waiting on state approval. Last year, we had $150,000 approved, which is for the West Avenue wall, and then this year's the 250. So how is this? It's just depending how it goes.
Yeah, so you
We don't-
technically might come back next year with the same request.
Correct, but it's
That's
also if it doesn't, if it doesn't pan out to what we hoped it would be and.
Or you have any way to measure what the return will be, like? Check with restaurants to see if they're seeing a significant uptick in.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can
That'll-
definitely do that. We do that with our events now. We have verbal conversations. We're also looking into software that's called Placer AI. It's $34,000 for the city to have a license that all of us can use. And essentially what it does is measures foot traffic, but it also can measure sales tax revenue on a specific date.
That's pretty interesting.
So you could see, okay, this Saturday that was before this event that we did was way less than the Saturday that we had the event.
Yeah.
So we're looking into getting something like that because as of right now, we're just really using word of mouth and attendees if they buy a virtual ticket of some sort. But it's really not reflective of what's actually going on in neighborhoods when we have these types of things, unless we're talking to the owners to see how it was. So it'll be nice to have data that specifically lets us know dollar amount of the
absolutely.
benefit that they're getting, but also foot traffic amount, because unless you have a ticket,
Yep.
you can't really say, oh, we can estimate you had 4,000 people, but you can actually, if you have that data, say like, oh, there was actually like 4,569 people here.
And now that the Arts Commission can take outside money, this is an opportunity for us to talk about ourselves and hopefully get some sponsorship dollars like this. So maybe we won't have to ask for anything next year. We have enough businesses interested in it.
Yeah, or also have sponsors for the event and make it even
Exactly.
bigger.
Yeah, that's kind of where we are on the, we'll talk in the business development tourism budget on the special events budget, which is kind of the path we're going as well, is do these really great events to the point where people can commit to them now. They know what they look like, they know what they're getting for their money if they sponsor us. It's really hard to get sponsors your first year.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
they're like, what if 20 people show up and
Yeah.
then I just gave you, $1,500. But now that we have events that we're seeing, 4,000 people, 6,000 people, 1,000 people, they're like,
Yeah.
oh, we know what this is. We're comfortable with it. We're comfortable with supporting X, Y, or
Yeah,
Z.
and
So-
the more robust our data retention is, the better off we'll be.
Yep. So how is this capital? And I'm actually confused as to where this installation is. Is it at the corner of MLK and Wilson Avenue?
Yes.
Basically, it's called Baywater Industrial Park or something like
Right,
that.
so you would be painting the exterior, they're all like landscaping buildings and stuff
Yeah.
like that down there.
That's
I drive by it, okay, so now I'm good, I know.
not
what
painting, there are a couple older brick buildings, Wilson Avenue Arts Loft being one of them, and then
Yeah.
one next to that are older brick buildings, not pinning those. It's all these just, probably built in the 70s,
Yeah,
white cinder block
sort of in
buildings
that
that all
little
face.
triangle
Yeah.
on MLK and there is a mural on the exterior of the pump station. Okay, and so why is this a capital thing? I mean, I get the mural lasts,
Yeah.
but it's really considered capital if somebody's gonna come and paint over it in a couple of years and do it again? I mean,
Yeah, so it's considered capital mainly because of the approval process associated with this line item in general. So for example, our last two requests, we have not spent $1 yet because we're waiting on state approvals. And if it was in an operating account, we wouldn't be able to roll over the funds to be able to execute them when eventually we do them in 2 years' time after we actually get the money.
and so the purchaser of these pieces of
Mhm.
art is really the city.
Correct, yep.
Okay.
It becomes a city asset essentially.
Yeah, and I know last year when we went through the special events, we as a committee found that the special events, did not meet, POCD requirements
Yeah.
for, capital expense.
Yeah, and that particular location might be awesome for some, zhuzhing up, if you will. But it's not super walkable to anything. Like, I don't see people, maybe they can walk along MLK, but there's a footpath and dirt footpath. I mean, not an old tar footpath. And walking down, if you go down Meadow, Woodward, I guess, and get into Sono, but I don't see most people walking that as just for fun. And it's, you're not
It'd be
gonna
more of a
go
destination.
over to Rowley
Yeah.
and, you know, so.
I've, I'm a muralist myself. For now, since being here, I'm constantly trying to, sort of in my head, look at places that think, oh, this could be a good spot. This neighborhood's perfect for this. We don't really have anything really like that. We don't have, because we have a lot of historic buildings, which is obviously problematic for a wide variety of reasons. But we don't have like a concentrated area. We of course could sort of spread this out and sprinkle it all over the city, but my thought was to kind of keep it one place and something that people can walk through that whole area without having to close roads.
Yeah.
To do something like this, so.
Okay,
All right.
interesting.
All right, the second request I can take on, and Brian, you can jump in if you want to. So this is our third time making this request. We wanted to create a public art inventory that not only inventories every single asset that we have in the city, but also values that asset. And I think that's the important part that's missing from our inventories that we have right now. And that's the hefty cost that's associated with this as well. The inventorying piece, we've got a significant amount of that. We might have to update it and add some flair to it, but in reality, the big piece and the big cost for this specific item is that valuation. You need an expert. You also need somebody who's specifically involved with WPA murals. Yes, we can never sell them. However, they have specific value
What do you
associated.
get for knowing, what do you get for knowing the value? Like, is
So the
it
benefit of
insurance
knowing,
or-
yeah, so part of it's insurance on our end, part of it's also a maintenance plan for other pieces like the WPA murals. We won't specifically maintain, we'll have to have professionals maintain them. Other pieces are way lower costs for maintenance, like some of our sculpture just needs shoe polish every 5 years, but some are very significant, especially when you're talking about mosaics and things of that nature where we want like the real artist to come back and do it. So that's one piece of it is for insurance reasons. The other piece is when we're going to bond rating agencies, if we have a $48 million collection,
So you
that's,
can use it as collateral?
that's something that they
increases
would
our
want to
value,
know. Some of these pieces we'll never be able to sell. But some of them are ours to own and we can choose what we want to do with them. That's not in our interest right now to do, but it's something that the bond rating agencies like to know is kind of what we have as a core value. So that's the big piece of this specific request is really for insurance purposes and to also kind of know what we have. And we've been very grateful for our risk manager who's been able to get us some insurance dollars for pieces we haven't been able to value yet. But when we have big disasters like hurricanes and things like that, and our outdoor sculptures or mosaics get damaged, we've been lucky to be able to get our insurance company to cover the cost to bring the artist back to really fix it for them. And at that point, it's kind of just an estimation from what we know in the past of maybe what we had spent on that piece if we specifically commissioned it. But what we have now is a lot of donated pieces that we just don't know the true value unless the person who donated it in the past gave us an appraisal of some sort. So that's that specific request for the public art inventory.
And then once the inventory is done, then we could perhaps put it in some of our buildings or schools.
Yep.
And
And I think the benefit to this too is it's a one-time thing that when we're actually commissioning art for ourselves now, we can start adding to it instead of having to, in 20 years from now, do this all over again. So we can keep maintaining it and adding to it as we go.
Create a database too, which can also be sold as an item of tourism and all those sort of things.
Yeah.
Yep, and the museum holds.
Exactly. So the proposal that we asked for them includes everything. So
Yeah.
not just what the Arts Commission has done in the past, but it includes the Historical Society. It includes all of us essentially. So it'll be one holistic database that combines all the ones that we have right now.
Yes.
Values the pieces that we don't have values for, puts descriptions and photos, all that fun stuff, and makes it all publicly accessible.
It doesn't say Lockwood Matthews Mansion have its own already put together and the Smith Street Jail and all of that. Like, don't they have that?
It combines it, it would combine it all together into one database. They do already have it. We already have something similar as well. It just doesn't have values associated with it.
Okay, so it's really hiring an appraiser. to-
Essentially,
And
the proposal breaks it down, but estimating it from the top of my head, like the 61,000 is pretty much the editing and updating of the database that we already have and adding new things that aren't in there. And then the $100,000 is really for the appraiser to come and really look at all the pieces and give us a price point for all of those.
Is, anybody looking at the murals in the post offices? I mean, they belong to the post office department, but I'm wondering if it might not be possible for the city to acquire them. They're very nice, especially in the main, not the South Norwalk, they're hidden, but in the Belden Avenue, yeah, they're really very nice.
Yeah.
But I think it depends on who owns the building,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah.
Because the post office might not own that building.
Yeah, or do a swap, if there's, an image of or a painting of a post office.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
from 80 years ago,
They
they might want
They've
it.
never been restored, they're
digress.
continuing
Absolutely.
to be
You're all
carried.
good. We have
Yeah,
10 minutes,
I think-
sorry, guys. We have 10 minutes until the Board of Ed
Okay.
comes. Let's move it along.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's very interesting, but it's not getting. us anywhere.
Public art maintenance account, we got $10,000 this past year. We're requesting $10,000 again. The hope is to get $30,000 in public art maintenance funds and just have it all the time. So once we start drawing it down, we'll have a request for, say, we used $5,000 one year, we'll request the $5,000 to make it whole. This is literally what it exactly says, to maintain the public art that we have. That is our assets. So like I said, there's some pieces that have shoe polish that we need to apply every couple of years. There's things that get damaged. Sometimes they aren't covered by insurance. Sometimes we just have to do regular maintenance on pieces. We love to bring back the actual artists that have done them. If not, we get a professional hired. Some other pieces are a lot lower maintenance where DPW can do it.
Yeah.
So that's what this is specifically for.
All right.
And last but not least is the Arts and Cultural Plan. This is the third time we're requesting this as well. It's in the POCD specifically that we need one of these plans, but also we just created the Arts and Cultural District that requires a plan via the ordinance as well. So that's the request for this plan specifically. And what it will really do is direct funding and programming for the Arts and Cultural Commission as they're able to raise funds and capital going forward.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chapin or anybody, Chapin, you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. All right,
And then
so
I'm next.
You're next.
Business development and tourism. So we talked a little
Okay.
bit about the special events.
thank you, Brian.
The request is $250,000. You can see that last year's request was a little bit more. That's only because we were able to use ARPA funds that are now expended. This request is $250,000 for the holiday events, the Halloween event, and we're going to do an Earth Day event in partnership with the Norwalk Green Association, all of our friends there. And we're planning to do another event in the summertime. So that will cover 4 events, but essentially 5 large events, because the holiday events, we do one on Wall Street and one in South Norwalk. So that's what this request is specifically for. We're hoping to keep that request through the years. However, our goal is to eventually be able to, have ticket sales and sponsorship. That takes that cost down. So hopefully the request over time will hopefully be 0 and we'll be able to just self-sustain ourselves. But because this is only the second year of us doing this, we still need the supplement of funds.
Yeah.
Did it help the community businesses, do you think?
100%. We went to a lot of our businesses. A lot of our businesses are actually participate in some of our events in way, shapes, or form as well. Hopefully moving forward, we'll be able to have more vendors that are related to our businesses that will flow people into the businesses specifically, or have the businesses come out.
Yep.
We've had a lot of requests thus far of like catering requests for events, if they can bring their business out onto the street for the day, bars, that type of thing, to be able to come out on the street for the day. We were doing a trial run this year, really. We were seeing what people liked, what people didn't like, and what we want to continue and what we are going to add next year. So I think that business connection has been great. They've been promoting themselves and having events that line up to ours, which has been, spurred kind of that overflow into their own businesses, which has been really positive. So we're excited to continue that.
Okay.
Awesome. And then the entrepreneurship micro grant program is our second request. Again, this is not a new request. We did a partnership program with the Chamber of Commerce through their Small Business Development Academy. We had a ton of applicants. The first go, only 3 of them actually were able to get to the last round of it. They just weren't really ready to execute a business plan. This past year, we had about 35 participants. So we had like 6 nights of Shark Tank activities where they did a pitch deck to us. We had professionals there, people who are, venture capitalists, but also people who are specific in the specific fields that these businesses were in. They did a pitch presentation, what they would use the funding for. We prioritized companies that were hiring employees, specifically Norwalk native employees. So we were really excited about that program. We had great success. We were able to award $180,000 this past year. We did capital funds mixed with ARPA funding for this. The businesses that were expanding, we were able to use the ARPA funds. The ones that are brand new, we use the capital funds. That's kind of the thought going forward as well. We're pairing it with ARPA.
Does the city get equity in like the ones that we're funding or no?
We don't get
Completely-
equity in it.
Okay.
It's just a grant
A grant,
essentially. And they range. We've given some people $5,000. We've given some people $10,000. Our main award, we give one big one each year. We give $35,000. A lot of times those people who get the larger awards are people who have put a lot of their own funding into their business to make sure it succeeds or have some sort of community benefit for us. Like the one we did in the past was for Senior Care Center, who she like mortgaged her house and kind of threw all of her funding at it during COVID because her clients couldn't afford to participate in the program. So she was sponsoring all of them.
Gotcha.
Was that the person on
Van
Van Street?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And did the city fund you this $250 last year on both this and the other one? The
They funded the
special event?
So both of these are the requests without ARPA in them. So we layered ARPA funding and Norwalk special events together. So we had 150 of ARPA, 150 from capital, and then to make the 250, so the other 100 came from ARPA.
Okay, so each one of those, you got 150 from the city last year, not the
Yes.
full 250 request.
Correct. However, with the ARPA funding gone, the requests are higher than they were last year because it's. That's right, that in. Yep.
Okay.
So those are the end of business development and tourism. Building and code enforcement, if you want to do that one next, I think that's next on the list. It's just for the meticulous contract in there. Meticulous landscaping does all the urns, plantings, tree maintenance, wreaths and holiday decorations that we put out every year. So this is just the payment to continue on that contract with them.
You're satisfied with the quality.
Why is that?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Why is that under code enforcement? What department?
Code enforcement covers the neighborhood improvement team, which are the folks who clean up trash, remediate graffiti, lights, lighting, all that fun stuff. So that's why it falls under building and code enforcement.
I see. Okay, and last year, did you get 150 from them?
Yes.
And did you spend it all?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And I think that's their only request in there, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, I'm covering for
No,
Jeff, so I'm just. Yes, and then Jess's economic and community development is the last one I'm covering for. I believe she's already talked to you about the library expansion. She's already talked to you about the welcome center as well. The last one, which is actually the first item of request, is the Small Business in Main Streets program, which we created during COVID to be responsive to businesses. The first request for this was given to give grants to small businesses who were negatively affected by COVID. We leave it somewhat unprogrammed to be responsive to businesses in case something like COVID happens or in case there's a need that we get identified from our business community. The first kind of set aside that we have for this though is every single year we've dedicated $50,000 to storefront improvement. And that's a matching grant, 80% to 20%. We've done over 35 storefronts at this point in time. Some good examples are the Hair Tech Beauty Salon down in South Norwalk. We've also done Costa Jewelers, if you've driven down Wall Street and saw that. We've done Cafe Aroma as well. So we've done a lot in our urban core, but this program specifically is citywide. A lot of folks use it for signage, which is now very expensive for people to get. So that's a part of the program. We also used it to install garbage cans this past 2 years. We installed new dual can stations with recycling and regular trash in the urban core. And we've also done things like put up neighborhood signage, kind of flexible funding spending essentially that is specifically tied to our business communities in our urban core.
Do you ever see this going away? Like once, will we ever achieve completion on Wall Street? I've lived here 33 years and it still looks the same. And we try to do improvements every year. So sorry to be cynical. But do we reach a point where, you know, we're gonna redo the intersection, we're redoing the sidewalks, you know, the Tieback Temple, maybe will get done in our lifetime. And then do you see this going away, or do you just see this as a constant need?
I see this as a constant need, mainly because it's meant to be responsive to the business owners and what they would need in time and neighborhoods in general.
And how does the business owner know that these funds, if they get approved, are available?
So there's a couple of ways. We advertise it
Give me the
on
Reader's Digest version.
Yes. We advertise on Norwalk for Business. We advertise on Visit Norwalk. They can come into the Business Development Center where we can physically go over all of our applications for all the programs that we have. Also, we do business roundtables on a quarterly basis where we always showcase the kind of Cliff Notes versions of what we've done with these programs and that they're available. So that's.
But nobody from, say, planning and zoning is saying when they have to comply to a sign, you know, code or whatever, oh, we'll go up and see Serena because she's got a pot of money that might help you
Yeah, usually
comply
by
with
the
the
time they
sign.
get to our office, they already have like the site plans ready.
They're past that, okay.
Also, we need to follow procurement for that program, so we need to have approval from planning and zoning and approval on whatever design they choose before they even come to us. But customer service is aware, they've sent people our way to discuss our programs with us, it's not, you know, kept in a locked box. It's all over the place.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anybody else?
Nope.
No, thank you.
All right.
Are
you ready?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Thank you.
So I'll be really quick. The Conservation Commission through the Conservation Office is requesting capital funds to do an open space plan. The state of Norwalk does not have a proactive planning document for open space.
Oh, 1 second, Chapin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Yes.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
So way back in the year 2000, for Dr. Esposito term, there was an open space task force that went through the process of identifying kind of open space attributes and what the city wants for open space properties so that we can prioritize both our existing open space and potentially
Plan for
future
more.
planned open space. But we don't have a plan. So in 2000, actually, I think it was 2000, the city, through its city code, adopted an open space fund, which allows for, actually, you'll see a capital fund request from Recreation and Parks seeking to fund that. You see that every year. The Conservation Commission kind of administers that fund and makes the first determination whether requests are appropriate for use of that fund. And the commission doesn't have an easy time doing that without a plan to guide their actions. So they're looking for a plan. We're asking for $75,000 to really have a consultant supplement the draft plan that the commission made in the year of 2005, which is now really outdated. That plan is, I'd call it more of a articulation of more like an inventory of existing protected and unprotected open space. But what it lacks is kind of a gap analysis of where should we be looking for open space? What are the open space needs of the community and how do we get there? So that's what this fund would allow.
And how long do you?
Sorry, Gary.
No, so this is a new request. We've never asked for any funds.
And does the city have, when there's a property transfer, a little percentage of that goes to an open space fund?
No, we don't.
No.
And so that is,
Oh.
so funding, additional funding mechanisms is one of the things that the consultant would include in the plan is kind of what are the mechanisms to increase our open space availability.
And do you work with the land trust, the Norwalk Land Trust?
Yeah.
And do they have, you know, their eyes on certain things?
I'm sure that they do.
Okay.
And we certainly include all land trust properties as part of our protected open space parcels. And it would be my hope that the plan would help kind of solidify and formalize the city's relationship with our local land trust.
Yeah.
Sorry, Darius, thank you.
Yeah, I forgot my questions.
Maybe it was answered in that.
I believe so.
Okay, does anybody else have questions for Ella?
Oh, yeah, what is the timeline for the plan?
It would, I
For
would,
it To be approved?
yeah, so I would, it would begin soon after the next,
Yeah,
into the next fiscal year, and then I would think it would be completed within that year,
okay,
relatively quick.
all right, thank you.
Right.
All right, good, thank you. Sorry, I'm getting a little. I'll introduce ourselves. We are members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then specifically a little breakout group for the capital budget. And I see some familiar faces, but not that many. So I'm Tammy Langalis. This is Lou Shulman, Darius Williams, and online is Chapin Bryce, and you know Steve Kleppen from Planning and Zoning, and Brian Baker from Planning and Zoning. And
Right.
did I forget anybody? Nope.
Commissioner Cantor
Okay.
just left.
Right,
Yeah,
Commissioner
yeah,
Cantor
prior
had to leave.
engagement.
So thanks for coming out on this nice snowy day. Did they call it early dismissal? Are we talking to the right group?
You are talking to the right group.
No.
Nope. Okay,
Okay.
cool. Good. All right.
It's not actually sticking.
Excellent.
It's like
Okay.
coffee.
Well, very good. So when you speak, just please introduce yourself, and then in general, we're talking just to what you're looking for the 24-25 budget. If there's something that is sort of related into the coming years, you can feel free to mention it too, but we don't need to go over every single one of those 5-year out items.
Well, thank you for having us. I'm Lou Dasmani, Chief Financial Officer for the Board of Education. And we have members of the team here. And so what we'll do, each member will come and speak to specific projects. We have three separate speakers, and they know the details of the project. Each one will go over the POCD that the project applies to and give a brief overview of the project, and we could just kind of go in this order, if that's okay.
Yes, yeah, try to follow what we have. It's helpful
Yes.
for us.
Yeah.
If you go out of order, give it a
Sure.
minute to find the right. page.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're not doing the out years.
Right, yeah,
Yes.
that's what I was suggesting.
So first one is curriculum materials and textbooks.
And sorry, just to say, I don't know why, but on the page that we have, it starts with 2025, not 2024, but I'm just going to think that the first column is 2024.
It's the fiscal year 2025.
Yes.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
all right, okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, so in the curriculum section, we are in the process, the state has updated their social studies framework. And so as a district, we are going to be aligning our curriculum to the new framework by the State Department of Education. With doing that, we are going to need social studies materials to support that initiative.
Have textbooks always been a capital item? Have never been an operational expense?
No, yes, they've always
Been
been
a
a
capital
capital.
item. I remember when I was a principal, I actually came and talked with capital around fourth grade social studies, because same question was asked. But it has always historically been a capital item.
Thank you.
And is this across all the grades, or
It
how
is.
many?
This
Okay.
is going across.
Oh,
K-12.
sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't
Nope, that's okay.
read the thing.
And then the second component is we are in the process of looking at updating our science curriculum. And that is coming from our teachers in the field who have shared that the science materials that we are currently using are lacking. So based on their feedback, we are going to be updating, starting at the high school next year, our biology, chemistry, and physics curriculum, and adding materials to support that project.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, keep going then, please.
All right, so last year, we had an ask for band equipment for our high schools so that we can provide our students equitable access to band equipment. This year, that transitions to strings. And so we are looking for 300,000 for strings equipment. It actually breaks down 123,000 for Norwalk High School P-TECH and 123,000 for Brian McMahon and CGS. And then there is the additional 55,000 is for our middle school strings equipment. And that is because they have half-size instruments, so we need to also purchase for our middle school. So that is the three layers of these strings asked for next year.
Did you receive what you asked for last year?
We did.
And it was the 300 as well?
It was.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions on that? No, I'm gonna move because I'll be here for a while. The
Okay.
next several items are mine.
Okay.
Okay. My name is Sandra Fayez, and I'm the deputy superintendent, and I also oversee operations. So a lot of the items that are being asked are for our facilities, but that also falls under my purview.
And I apologize, Rob
Yes,
Pennington,
thank you.
Assistant Superintendent of Schools, and curriculum falls under my purview.
Okay, the first item that we're requesting you for have also been something that we've asked in the past, and this is to expand our Montessori classroom. The Montessori program was started at Brookside approximately 6 years ago. I was actually the principal when it started, so it's a program that I can attest to has been pretty successful. The way Montessori works is that you have a lower Montessori. Those are for ages 3, 4, and 5. We did that initial investment quite a bit ago. Those were 2 classrooms. We did invest it when those students turned age 6. We invested in the additional classrooms for that, ages 6, 7, 8. Those students are now turning 9. And so then this ask is for us to continue with that program, scale it up, and then there will be one more classroom after this, and then we're fully outfitted because it's going to end at 5th grade for that school. And so we are fully enrolled. There's always a wait list for Montessori. Prior to this, they used to go to Wilton or go to another offering. And so then we've been able to keep these families with us at Brookside. And like I said, it'll start with 8 students for next year. And then after that, it'll be 11 students. And then after that, it'll be another 8 students. So it'll be fully enrolled again.
Yeah, but this includes the furniture
It
and all
includes
of
the
the.
furniture, the curriculum, the materials. It's very specific, like Montessori has a very
Absolutely.
specific. So it includes outfitting the actual space and the materials and the furniture and everything that is needed for that,
And so
for that project.
because Brookside only goes to 5th grade, then, and is that when the Montessori model stops? Or I thought it went to 8th grade. Would you put it into the middle school?
We have not thought about putting it into the middle school. That hasn't been something that we've talked about. The reason being, it's because Montessori in the upper years is not as
Effective.
or desirable to families. We do, so it's not something that we planned on carrying into the middle school unless we hear from the community otherwise. As the kids, right now they're in 3rd grade, so I think the families probably haven't been looking into what they're going to do starting in middle school. But many Montessori families, even in private Montessoris, end up enrolling students in either IB programs at the middle school, which we do have in district, or other programs that sort of explore that same sort of independent learning. And we do have those in our middle schools.
But if it was expanded, it'd go to Roten.
Possibly.
Yeah.
It would seem logical.
It would
since-
seem logical.
But who knows where. So how many children are actually doing Montessori right now?
7, somebody else asked me that. I could look, but I thought it was 74.
Okay,
was the last
a
number.
round number is fine. So those 74, will you do any testing when they've finished the Montessori to see how their performance is versus the traditional kindergarten?
They
through
participate on
model?
all of our state assessments, so we actually are able to compare them to their peers. Montessori does have a different learning structure where you actually reap the most benefit of Montessori when you start getting into the upper years. The lower years are actually a lot of life skills. So there's a lot of emphasis on life skills and but they still do all of the same assessments that we do for literacy and math.
Yeah. I'm a huge supporter of Montessori because I really think it is great, especially for young adolescent children and their development. I studied child development in high school at McMahon, and we went over this as well as in my AP Psych class.
They
So it's
performed
definitely-
well, so
Yes.
we'll see when they start taking the SBAC. That doesn't start till 3rd grade.
Yeah.
And those are the state assessments. Then we'll have a better
I think
notion.
that's when it will be really interesting to see, and then if you push it into other elementary schools or expand it into.
Correct,
other
and
schools.
so that starts in third grade,
Okay,
okay?
well, if we're here next year, we'll.
Well,
ask you
please bring it up.
Okay.
Okay, the next item, sorry, because I want to make sure, okay, I can follow along. Oh, the enhancement of school security. So again, this is another reoccurring ask. 3 years ago, we actually had come before planning and zoning in the city. We had asked, but the ask was pretty large. It was a $3 million ask. The mayor had agreed to give us $1 million of that 3 million. In doing so, we broke up the project into 3 phases. The project was to enhance the visibility within schools, so adding cameras, putting door locks and door alarms in exterior doors of many facilities, especially the elementary schools, because we did not have that. And then doing privacy fencing or screening in areas where parents had said that we wanted them, and schools had reported that there were some challenges. I'll give you an example, like at Jefferson along the highway is something that parents have asked us to do privacy fencing. So we don't do it as regularly, but we do it in collaboration with Recreations and Park. So we broke up the project into 3 phases. Last year, we came with a $1 million ask. We were granted that $1 million ask. We were able to do phase 2. This last spring, we were actually able to secure a very large state grant that actually came from ARPA funds that were funneled through the state. It was about $700,000, and it was for security communications and infrastructure enhancements. So we secured that. And so then what we're asking you for is the remainder is what we still have left over after completing phase 3. So this is phase 3. It's our final ask for this project. And it's much more reduced. We would have come with $1 million, but luckily we were able to actually use ARPA funds and secure that grant this spring. And so that'll give us the money that we need, but we still have $86,000 that's outstanding. And what that is going to be used for is for adding 2-point contacts for exterior doors at Brian McMahon. We also need to enhance we have some old camera servers that now we have to update because of the new cameras that we put in, that we wanted to do that. And then there's 2 screening fencings that we wanted to put in, like I mentioned. One is at Jefferson and the other one was I apologize. There's one more, and I think that I don't have it in my notes, but it's 2 fences.
Yeah, okay. Do we want to move on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Dave Hopp. I'm the Director of Technology for the Board of Education. In our instructional technology, we're looking to, we have 4 different projects. One of them is networking equipment. We're looking to replace approximately 200 wireless access points throughout the school. Some of the schools have older ones, and every few years we have to swap those out. Part of that funding, we're gonna apply for federal E-rate funding to compensate for, to pay for part of that ask. The other piece is classroom tech. We're looking to replace approximately 15 interactive whiteboards in the classrooms. You know, as again, we have to start phasing the older ones out and putting in newer, up-to-date ones. Third thing is teacher laptops. With about, let's see, we have 2,200 or so employees. I forget how many of those are actual teachers. We're looking to do between 180 and 200 new TechEd laptops for this coming year. And the biggest piece of this is our student laptops. 11,000 plus students. We have to look around 2,000 to 3,000 replacements every year as a refresh cycle. So that's the 4th piece of what we're asking that total amount.
All right, I just have a question. You guys have a partnership or a limited partnership with Samsung, correct? Or was there something that I might have I remember seeing something in the news about Samsung and the
Oh.
board. Or
Was it
Oh, the white.
Verizon, yes,
Yeah.
that was around the
Right,
corner,
so,
but not
Yes.
Yeah.
We did apply for new grant funding through Digital Promise. We don't have an answer yet, it's supposed to be this month. That, if that does come through, that'll offset a lot of this and you won't have to ask for as much because we'll be getting replacement machines through there.
Yeah.
But I don't have an answer.
All right, okay, that's fine, thank you.
I know a lot of the people coming before us, talk about grants. What if they don't get them?
Yeah.
You know, what happens to the project? So anyway, and you still see, and I think I've asked this question every year, but the laptop replacement always comes out of capital rather than operating, because you replace a certain number every year, and that's always going to hold true, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the way we've always done it.
Just put it that way, okay, because how long do you get out of a laptop nowadays, or what do they call them, the smart tablets or whatever, are they laptops, are they different?
Most
What
of
are
what we
they?
use now are
Chromebook.
Chromebooks.
yeah, so they look like a
Chromebooks,
laptop,
those.
but they run Chrome.
Yeah.
They have a limited life of about 5 years. After a certain amount of time, Chrome stops updating them and then new applications won't run.
Of course.
Yeah, they're pretty.
It's kind of a planned
Built-in
obsolescence.
obsolescence, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're familiar with that.
absolutely.
Okay. But so you still would anticipate the same in the future?
All right.
Okay, okay. And next item,
The next item is their air conditioning program. I think it might be helpful if I actually name that we have applied for a grant. But we applied for a grant in collaboration with Alan Lowe's team. It's a really enormous HVAC grant through the state. We put in for 6 different projects. I'm sure that you guys have had to also hear Alan Lowe and the team come before you because there were certain funds that had to be matched by the city.
Yeah.
And so then that grant has been submitted and
To the state.
correct, but we don't know when we will hear back from that grant. So again, should that grant be submitted, we then would withdraw this ask.
Okay.
The ask is a reoccurring ask also, being that we have an air conditioning program to bring most of our facilities back into air conditioning. This is for Tracy School. It would be for upgrading the power for them to actually be able to hold the air conditioning units that we need. And it's for the classroom spaces. These are window units. We did it last year for Nathan Hale. And then every year we ask to do one school. But again, the caveat is that if we do get the grant, that we would then do the school that the grant is funding.
Yeah.
So we would eliminate this and then go with whatever the grant is
Yeah.
funding. We don't know if they would fund all 6 projects
Yeah.
because it is a $35 million ask is what we
Absolutely.
put in. But that is the air conditioning program. Should we not get the grant,
Yes,
then we would want to continue with the program.
all right.
The capital repairs and replacement is something that we ask for every year. These capital repairs and replacements are just for, not so much preventative maintenance, but it's more like in response to things that break down.
Mhm.
So we do have a lot of items that, we have leaks and things within our facilities. Most of our facilities, like a lot of our homes, just have random things that come up, plumbing. Yesterday, we had a pipe burst at Norwalk High. So it's just,
Always something.
yeah, it is. It's just always something. So then that's really what it is. It's sort of a catch-all for repairs and replacement of equipment and making sure that our schools are still operational.
And so this was funded last year as well?
It was funded, not at the same amount, but it was funded.
Where are we at with the funding?
Oh, we always,
Are we
well, we end up sort of like, we end up,
rolling it?
no, we use it.
Okay, yeah,
But we also do look for other funds and
Yeah.
other ways. We apply for other smaller grants or things like that that
Yeah.
allow us to
Fill in the gaps.
supplement and to fill in the gaps. But these are just for repairs and
Yeah.
replacements, so this is just, you know, a lot of the stuff here, you can't really roll into
No.
a project.
Yeah.
Maintenance.
But if,
Right.
yeah, it's maintenance.
So with Brian McMahon, it's gonna be torn down pretty soon, but obviously you have to fix the leak,
No,
but.
the
No,
Norwalk
Norwalk
High.
High.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
I say Norwalk High, excuse me.
Did you know something we don't?
No.
Yeah.
No, but you know why I was thinking about the air conditioning at Brian McMahon High. And that's
That's a
like a
big one.
multi-million dollar
Yeah, that's a
project.
big
that-
one.
Anyway,
Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
all right.
Okay, that's that one. The asbestos abatement is another program that we have been engaged in quite some time. And that is also mandated through the state. So the state actually has given us the order without any funding that we have to abate our buildings. We've done one a year. Roten was the last one. Roten, we actually had to split into 2 years because the project was so large. This year, we had anticipated doing Tracy, but we do have some tiles now that are popping up at Fox Run. And so because of that, we're going to have to turn it to Fox Run. And so then that's the abatement project for this year. Although those tiles are popping up, they're not, like the school is not in danger, but you can't do anything to replace the tile. You actually just have to duct tape it to keep everything in place
Yeah.
and sealed. And that literally the instructions that are given to us is to duct tape the area. Because if you disturb the tile, then
And that's when you
that's an
expose yourself.
abatement. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
the glue.
Why does that number double next year?
The number was doubled,
I think it says floor and ceiling.
Oh, next year is 1.3.
for the following year.
Yeah, and I think it's
I
for
think
floor
we
and
have-
Well, did they
ceiling
do the
tile.
weight in school? Like that was a big problem, I thought, and I don't see it here. Maybe it was done last year.
No, we did it a couple of years ago when I was the principal there. They did the asbestos.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in the flooring?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we did it.
Because some parent was complaining to me that, I
Yeah,
don't know.
that's the
It was
floor and
pretty-
ceiling.
pretty
At
cool.
Wolf-
Yeah,
And
Wolf
Wolf
Pit.
Pit.
2019,
It's because it's
2018,
floor
somewhere.
and ceiling
Mhm.
at Wolf Pit.
Yeah,
Wolf Pit, okay.
all right.
Floor and ceiling,
Yeah.
though, so that's a bigger project.
Yeah.
And you have to do it during the summer, obviously.
Yeah, those we have to do during the summer. So in anticipation of this ask, we're taking Fox Run offline for summer school, but we understand that nothing's been decided yet. But either way, we
And-
have to always just sort of plan ahead of time.
And would the students just feed to another
Yeah.
site? Yeah, okay,
Yeah, we'll have them actually probably join the Cranberry
Yeah. okay,
school since Cranberry is fairly new and air
Fairly new.
conditioned.
yes.
And air
Spanking
conditioned,
new.
so brand spanking new is correct. And so then just for your own knowledge, still remaining would be Wolf Pit floor and ceiling, Marvin floor,
Mhm.
and Tracy, because Tracy got bumped out of
Yeah,
the
Yeah,
running
please,
for this year. Okay. Heating and repair, again, these are replacement systems that, let me catch up.
Number 9.
200,000 select heating units and associated heating equipment with the district.
Yes, so, the heating and the replacement, yeah, it's fairly, it's the boilers and other things that we end up having to maintain, over the course of the year. We actually had a pretty, significant failure at Marvin. Again, this is one of the areas that we did apply for it's the same grant, was for HVAC and it included heating, so we did put that into the grant. But ultimately, Marvin is just one school. We end up having some things like just break down different
Yes.
boilers and things to maintain. I could see us, if we do get the grant, actually then refining this number,
Okay.
because Marvin is one that we do pay a lot to maintain.
Okay, I'm just gonna be the fly in the ointment.
Sure.
Because some of our fellow commissioners always talk about solar. And as you replace boilers in these schools, do you consider putting some solar on the roof? To, you're still gonna need a boiler because it's gray for 5 days in a row. It does, solar isn't the answer, but I'm just asking the question.
You know, we haven't replaced a boiler, so it's something
Oh, you
that we,
haven't?
no.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, but It sounded like you had a boiler problem at Marvin
We do.
School.
We have boiler problems in many of these old boilers, but they're not, replacements are
Fix it and
much
replace
more
it, yeah.
expensive
Right.
than this,
Yeah.
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 But if that comes up, I'll definitely bring it up in terms
Just
of
a
like,
question.
what are some energy efficiencies
Right.
that can
Yeah.
be?
Do we have an idea of which of our buildings are suitable for solar? Cause I know some roofs are older than others, some, the way that it's just designed may not be a fit.
All of the facilities that are newer, as you know,
Yes,
have the solar.
yeah,
Some of the older facilities are pretty old.
yes, yeah, yes.
Yeah, but if you can put an
So-
air conditioning compressor on the roof, you can probably put a solar panel on the roof and, you know.
And maybe
We
to
have
extend that a
somebody-
bit, oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, please.
Maybe to extend that a bit, if we can fit a air conditioner system on the roof and are looking to replace that, you know, considering using a heat pump instead, is basically an air conditioner that can go both directions. So in the summer can be the air conditioner, in the winter can then be the heater, and provide some good energy efficiency there.
I know that with the study that they did for this HVAC grant, there were some energy efficiencies that we were trying to capture, and I'd be happy to share that
Yeah.
with you.
Please, thank
For
you.
this ask is really for like repairs, so
Yeah.
this is not
Okay.
for
Yeah.
a replacement of an entire system. But
But at some point, if something fails
Yeah,
kind of on a big epic way, then
There's a
maybe,
line
but
item.
obviously you gotta keep the building up and running, there's
Keep it
students there, but just
Mm-hmm.
a thought. And I'm sure Alan Lowe is thinking about all these things too.
So, and he took the lead on the education specifications that we had to do for that HVAC, and I know that energy efficiency was one that we told them that we were trying to also achieve, because it gives you brownie points with the grant.
Yeah.
So, yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. The district vehicle one is pretty straightforward. We have a food truck that is now approaching its 10-year, and it's for a refrigerated food truck. They're very expensive, and we are coming to you with the ask ahead of time, because right now we're actually repairing it and have been spending a lot of money in repairs, but it is an aging vehicle.
Yeah.
So is the food is all sent to one main location and then this truck drives
Central
around?
kitchen. Mhm.
Central kitchen? Where is the central kitchen?
Central Kitchen is actually the building, it's on Main Street, it's near, do you know the Briggs Building or
Oh, yeah.
Hotel Zero?
Yeah,
It's
up
right there.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
And that little plaza.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the foods are mostly now prepared in the schools, but still there,
Yeah.
that's where the
central location.
the central location where we receive the orders or produce, and then
Right.
it's dispersed.
Okay.
Mhm.
Fuel tank.
And so the fuel tank replacement is another state mandate, where we had to replace old fuel tanks that were in ground. Let me tell you what's left. It's been a project that's been ongoing, and we're actually almost at the end of this project. What we have left is Brookside and Brian McMahon. So it's the old oil tank removers. And then we converted it to natural gas. So converting to natural gas at Tracy and removing the old oil tank only at Brookside. And then the Brian McMahon project is actually much larger, so we keep sort of pushing that down the road, but that's what that is. So we're almost done with that project.
Where are the oil tanks or fuel tanks located? Do you know?
So the one from Brookside is actually located outside.
Yeah.
But then you have to test the actual soil, make sure that there hasn't been any contamination. The last one we did at Naramek did demonstrate that there had been some contamination, and so then we had to then actually treat that. So it took actually quite a bit of, a little bit of more time than we did. But before that, when we did at Fox Run, we didn't. So you
they
kind
just
of don't know what
yeah.
you're getting, but we do one school a year. The one at Brookside, we anticipate, we hope everything
Yeah.
just goes well, and they're outside.
Yes.
Mhm. And the paving project is something that we also have been doing for some time now. What we would like to do is improving, the paving at Brookside and Kendall. So Brookside in front looks pretty decent, but the one in the back, the back lot actually, needs some repaving. And Kendall also, the side lot is what we would like to repave. After Brookside and Kendall, we only have, Rowayton and Brian McMahon. Again, Brian McMahon is a much larger project because the community has actually said that the, function of that lot doesn't work well. But because North
Yeah.
High, P-TECH is coming offline,
Yeah.
we're not gonna do anything to Brian McMahon for quite some time.
Yeah.
But I wanted to let you know that there's been quite a bit of investment made in our schools with paving. And we're asking to do 2 projects this summer.
Did you guys finally get the Silver Mine driveway
Yes.
down?
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Thank goodness. Okay.
You
Is
got
it successful? Or the?
It is successful.
Good.
Yeah, middle school lockers.
Lockers, your favorite.
Middle school.
You're like, holy cow, you can build a house for that.
Or you can build lockers.
Can the students live there? Could we consider that a tiny home?
Yeah, well,
I mean.
well,
That's the goal.
I'm sure it's so big.
Like,
It's for one school.
Yeah.
So, so I will tell you that, before every board meeting, the superintendent and the cabinet meets with a parent group. And we rotate through the different schools. This is an opportunity for parents to tell us what are some of the needs at the school, what's going well, what's not going well. And so lockers comes up often. And the reason why it's because all of the middle school lockers are original to the facility.
Yes.
So to say that they're at the end of their useful life is probably
an overstatement.
an
understatement.
understatement because they probably approached the end of their useful life quite some time ago. And so then, we did say that we would start the ask of putting middle school lockers as a priority because we had students write us letters. We had the parent community then bring it up and, wrote in, specifically, the lockers are not only like missing doors, some pieces are just sort of like, we've had to just kind of like bang them so that they're not as sharp. But they're also too small to fit a binder. So for whatever reason, at Rowton, whenever it was built back then, the lockers were just not regular locker size. So they're almost not functional for books, but they do hold like a coat. They'll hold a coat and they'll hold the students, personal belongings. So we thought that Rowton would probably be the priority as where to start. I will tell you that this is a project that SGC or that School Governance Council started maybe 5 years ago. They had different vendors come down and show us the lockers and do all that. That's the lowest price that we've actually been able to identify for lockers for that many students.
How many students are there?
At Rowton, there are about 500 students and the actual replacement of the lockers would be for about 600.
Did you get the bathroom sorted out there?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was the problem.
Maybe speak to one of the challenges with the lockers too, is like when we do the school, it's not a reimbursable by the grant.
It's not
So for
reimbursable.
example, even though Coleman is a brand new school, but when we try to do the lockers, they didn't qualify.
So the
we
bonus side of the facility is actually like a renovate, but then there's the side, there's the other side, that's the new side. But lockers are not reimbursable. So then they kept the old lockers, even though they renovated the school. So the bonus lockers are also
From the 70s.
probably.
Yeah.
I think they're older than that, to be quite honest with you. If you look at a building like Rowton.
Yeah, and you would take into consideration that, like, you're not doing a major renovation 2 years after you put in $500,000 worth of new lockers.
So they're structured in that way.
Okay.
So meaning like Rowton is first. Rowton is not on the radar for any major renovation. Ponus is last because Ponus has had
lot of
the
them.
most upgrades, so they can they can bask in the new classroom
Right.
and then and then come out to
And
the
deal with the
hallway
old
and deal with the torn
Okay.
lockers.
Okay.
But we did think about like what makes the best sense to start with, and it's Rowton.
Okay.
Mhm.
Sono and the.
So the Sono land acquisition is something that is a little bit unusual, but I will explain, I'll try my best to explain it. This is something that we are doing in collaboration with our partners on the city side. So you know that the new Sono school has been approved. That's a project that we're incredibly excited about. There has been funding that has been allocated to acquire additional land alongside the project. However, we're still short quite a bit of money on that. Now, it's not quite a bit of money and
Yeah.
Mhm, you did.
Okay, sorry, for those that couldn't hear, I said, I thought we just approved that.
Mhm.
We did approve it.
Yeah,
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
And so then this is the
This is
remaining
more?
balance.
yeah.
Mhm.
Didn't we just
Well, yeah,
approve like
we-
$4 million for
Yeah,
those four
yeah.
little lots
Yeah, this,
along?
this is that funding.
Mhm.
Oh, this is?
Oh.
Yeah, this is going into the capital.
Oh,
This
so
is going
this is
into-
not an additional 3.3 million? No, so we already approved this.
No,
No,
this is.
This is
No,
an
need to put-
additional.
Yeah.
What are you
This is
buying now?
additional. So, well, it's the same project.
project.
It's 1.3 million is what is left over for the land acquisition. The tenant relocation is 200,000. And then it's the site development for 1.87.
I'm
So-
confused.
Yeah,
So you approved to acquire the additional lots.
Right,
For that project, there's still 1.3 million that is short. For that project, the tenant relocation was not included. And we do have to pay for the tenant to relocate, that's 200,000.
one tenant?
No,
There
it's
are
several
two.
tenants.
yeah, because they're
It's weird, I'm just
multifamily.
calling it
Oh,
tenant
yeah, they're
relocation, but it's
Okay,
several
tenants,
tenants.
yeah, okay.
And additionally, to then develop the site is almost $2 million.
Okay, so the 2 million approximately site development, what is going to be developed there?
Well, you have to tear down those properties, you then have to treat that and then level it to, so that it could actually be used as part of
Yeah.
the project.
Right, so it's just
I
gonna be
think
like
so.
grassy area or,
I think it was to
It's
help
part of-
expand
It's
parking.
part
or
of the
something.
parking lot,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
Okay.
part of the parking lot.
Mhm.
all right? So,
Yeah, well, I guess we can just
We approved it.
move on. We're
yeah,
not approving it right
I
now.
would just like to say about this project, is since I have the opportunity, I'm adamantly opposed to the solar field and the 1.7 acre lot at the top. I think we need trees, open space. I know that the chief of police thought it was risky to have it as open space as opposed to a barbed wire fence around solar. And if there's any consideration for that, I think we recognize solar is important, but it's not gonna be the sole energy, producing thing for the future. And that community has so few trees and such a little amount of open space that we need nature's air conditioner up there. And thank you for taking that into
Yeah.
consideration.
Oh, also, is there, once the school is done, is there any sort of plan to relocate Concord back to the former site?
Yeah, so currently
It's an incubator.
yeah,
Mm.
so yes.
Yeah.
But to bring Concord Magnet back to its former site?
Yeah.
No, because they were outgrowing that space. So
Okay.
Concord's permanent home is at the Ponus campus on Hunter's Lane.
Mhm.
Concord's campus is at Ponus.
Yes.
Right,
So-
oh, but it's not going back,
CMS,
Yeah, they're
right?
not
no.
going.
Okay,
So is there,
what's gonna be done with that land?
yes,
For the Concord,
Yeah,
the
or
the
Columbus,
current
yeah. What
Columbus.
site? What are we going after, once the Sono school is done? Is there a plan?
There's a plan for it to possibly act as swing space for some other school construction projects.
Mm, okay, all right, thank you.
But that's a conversation that has been taking place because we're expected to be developing a 25-year facility plan
Yeah.
because of the funding or the match that the state had
the
given
higher
us for the
reimbursement.
higher reimbursement.
Yeah,
So there is a lot of talks of
Okay.
that still being required as a future space for us to be able to do other things.
Sounds-
yeah,
Yeah, and that's
And
also
perhaps
in
a learning
collaboration with
center
the
or
city, so
something,
the
yeah.
city takes the
Yeah,
lead on
Right,
that.
it makes
Yeah.
sense to have
Yeah.
it, totally.
Mhm.
Well, I'm definitely in favor of it staying in the hands of the Board of Education.
Yeah, and there's, you know, there's always a lot of need for, you know, we have the students over at the Briggs campus. We have a lot of things happening where we want students to be closer to this side of the city also.
Yep. All right.
Last but not least.
So last but not least is the air conditioning program.
Yes.
Because the other ones are not up for discussion. So the air conditioning program, again, it is here. However, we did apply for that HVAC grant. This is just for Brian McMahon. So this is a total replacement of that system. Last summer, the Brian McMahon system had failed, and we were actually able to put in temporary air. You would be astounded as to how much that cost to be able to just put in temporary air so that we can actually then repair the system. The system was done with no redundancy, so this was a, you know, like maybe, I don't want to criticize my predecessors, so I won't. But it was just something that, you know, it probably, to cut cost, it was done in a way that doesn't have redundancy, which is really unusual for a facility that's not that old. It's in need of, I mean, I guess it's not that old, but it is approaching being a little old, but it's not that old in comparison to our other facilities. So we did apply for that grant. Eventually, we will have to face this system breaking down.
So you intend, or if you get this 9 million to replace the chiller, including redundancy, and so that would replace the whole
The
system.
whole system.
And even though you just did the temporary work, but
It's already breaking down.
Oh, really? And what
Yeah.
did that cost, just out of curiosity?
I think about 100,000.
Yeah. Okay. And I thought this request last year was $4 million. I don't know why I remember that. For Brian McMahon.
Oh, for Brian
I thought it was like $4.5 million. I mean, it was kind of a crazy number then, and now it's double.
I think because maybe
Are we
for
shopping around?
last year,
Yeah.
well, no, I think maybe for last year, we were just looking to put in the redundancy, and this is a total replacement of the entire system.
Okay, I don't recall, but obviously you get multiple bids on these things. I mean, or do we just have this big target, like they have to do this so we can charge as much as we possibly can?
Well, no, I mean, this was done, so this was submitted to the HVAC grant, and for that, we actually had to have professional estimates to actually be able to submit it for the grant. So that number is that precise because that is actually, it went out to sort of like, there was a study done where people had to come back to us. It's a professional cost estimate.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
done, And it's here in place so that we understand the magnitude of what we're facing, but we're really hoping for the grant.
Yeah, but it won't cover all of it.
The grant is expected to cover all of
Oh,
it. That's
really?
what we
Okay.
submitted.
All right.
There is the match though from the city because, you know, but you guys already approved that.
Yeah.
So we pay the 40% and the state would pay the 60%. But that is the whole thing.
Yeah, so it's
Correct.
still, we're paying 40%. And it's, okay, thank you.
All right.
Any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
That's it. Welcome back, everybody. This is the continuation of the Capital Budget Committee of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Excuse me, for those of you who were not here earlier, Tammy Langalis on the commission, Lou Schulman and Darius Williams, and on the Zoom is Chapin Bryce. And then Brian Baker is here from Planning and Zoning, and Steve Kleppen might be popping in and out. So this afternoon, we're going to hear from the Fire Department first, then Information and Technology, then the Health Department and Public Works. So I would invite Chief Gatto, if you are there, to please present. And we're talking just about what you're looking for the 24-25 capital budget. You don't have to do the following years, but if there's something that pertains to both and you just want to briefly touch on that, we'd be happy to hear that, but otherwise keep it to the current year. Please.
Chief Gatto, this is Assistant Chief Mark Conti. And we have 8 projects for the upcoming year. And I'll just go down in our priority order one by one. So the first one is a addition renovation of our Westport Avenue station, which we call Station 4. We're looking to renovate the existing building and construct approximately a 30 by 46 addition of the back of the building. This will allow us to relocate a truck company into that station. And the history behind it, currently that station is a 4-person firehouse with 1 fire engine. And it's our second busiest company in the city, the amount of calls. And we're looking to turn that into an 8-person fire station, which have an engine company and a ladder truck, which would give them a lot more capabilities once they go out together on structure fire or any other type of call that they're all needed. Right now, that engine, when they respond on a call, even an EMS call, they are out of the station, and if another call was to come in, which happens quite a bit, the backup is a engine from either Van Zandt Street or from New Canaan Avenue. And we just think that it's much more efficient to put the addition on a 1967 building that is in dire of some need, and to be able to relocate this truck company over there. So we're asking for $3 million. We put this into the budget last year at $2.5 million. Everybody was happy with the project and wanted to do it until there was no money to do it. So now we were promised to do it this year, so we put it back in, but unfortunately, like everything else, prices go up, and we added another $500,000 to the overall cost. Do you want me?
Chief, I remember this project from last year. And I recall that we were supportive. Will this require the purchase of additional rolling stock? Or will you be moving vehicles from other locations?
Right, yeah. We will not be adding any more apparatus or any more personnel for this move. This is just relocating the truck company that's at New Canaan Avenue, which is Station 1, over to Station 4, which is Westport Avenue, and then taking the rescue truck, which is here, moving it to Station 1, which is Broad River, which has very good access to the Mare Parkway or the thruway based on Route 7 connector. And that would make that station an 8 firefighter station, as well as Station 4 would be an 8 firefighter station, and then this station would be the same. So we're trying to spread out our resources and make it more efficient.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Should I go to the next one? Any more questions?
No question. Thank you. Oh, Darius, sorry.
Just one question. How are the response times around the city? And primarily around Westport Avenue?
So we did a study on response time. Station 4 actually has the largest district. It goes all the way up through Cranberry. Our response times are good for our first 2 companies. But it's the Station 4 district where our ladder companies, and just to clarify, the engine companies, they're carrying the hose, they're putting it out. The truck companies are doing the search, they're doing the ventilation. So our truck companies are both on the other side of the river. And that is where our response time for Station 4 is lacking. We have about a 3-minute, it's basically, depending on where you are, whether it's truck 1 or truck 2, they're within 30 seconds of each other. So that's what this will improve. Our first 2 responses is actually quite good, but this will actually give us 8 firefighters on scene, 2 truck companies on scene at the same time, which will eliminate that, average, and I'm averaging on all the calls about that 2.5 to 3 minute lag, which is a lot for structure fires. And it also when they're backfilling, when engine 4 is on a call, and then there's another call that comes in, that response time now becomes actually even greater than that, because you've got companies backfilling from all different stations going into that, going to that station.
All righty, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, do you want me,
I'm sorry,
well, do you want me to read the P O C D code?
no,
Okay.
Oh,
thank you, though.
No, thank you. Did you have something to say?
Oh, I just gonna say, I think even though this went up $500,000, your $3 million price tag is a lot less expensive than a lot of other renovation addition building price tags that we've received so far today. So you're doing a good job. How many square feet of addition is this, do you know?
It's-
Approximately.
Yeah, well, it's approximately 30 by 46 would be the addition space,
Feet.
so
30 feet by 40 feet.
30 feet by 40, yeah, by 45 feet, exactly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if you want to go on to the next item, that's
Okay,
fine.
so the next item, ladder truck replacement. So we're looking to replace our ladder truck, which is currently truck 1, with a new ladder truck, and this will replace a 2009
Yeah.
truck that will become our secondary or our spare. And the 1995 ladder truck that we're using now will go into the surplus pile. One of the things you need to be aware of, and this is apparatus, this is across the industry, not just specific to ladder trucks, because we have 2 fire engines that are on order. We went through this last year. That's a 3-year delivery time. And the ladder truck, we were told by the vendor, is 42 to 46 months out before we take delivery. And also keep in mind, we do not pay for anything until the truck actually rolls into the city and is completed.
Yeah, so really what we're dealing with now is this industry, which used to be a 1 year to 18-month turnaround, is now turned into about 4 years. And so what we're really required to do now is to get that contract signed. Now we basically hold our place in line, and that enables us to think 4 years later. We can't wait for the years now, because we will just lose our place.
It just kicks the can, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And to put it in perspective, we just we signed the contract last year for the 2 engines that the chief mentioned that we were funded. They told us it was 36 months after our pre-build meeting. We signed the contract last year. We still haven't had the pre-build meeting yet scheduled. So it is taking us, and if we didn't have that placeholder, you're talking another year. So that's why we're so we're trying really hard to be proactive and get our place in line, so we can guarantee these trucks within 4 years, which is.
And the price tag on these vehicles are going up every single year. Just to give you an example, in 2018, we spent $576,000 for a fire engine, which carries water. Last year, we paid almost $1 million each for basically the same truck. So prices are going really through the roof. We put in $2.5 million for this ladder truck. Hopefully that'll be enough. And I also put on here.
We are in firefighting.
Priority.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, so you're in administration.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Tom, your hands up?
Yeah, so we're in administration.
Yeah, I just wanted to, well, I was gonna ask you guys for clarification. I recall when we met about the 2.5 million that you weren't going to need it, but I couldn't remember for 1 year, 2 year, but basically we don't have to bond for that for probably at least 2 years, right?
Probably won't. Well, we don't have to bond, well, we don't pay for it until it comes in. So
Firefighting.
So, yeah, and I just wanted to, clarify for
Administration, you keep going.
the rest of the folks on the call that if we do approve this, we don't necessarily have to bond for it this summer. So that's one of our delicate balancing acts, how much people request and then how much we have the ability to bond for. So that's something that we're gonna be challenged with as we get closer to the summer. So from my perspective, go ahead and approve it. Since it won't have a bonding impact for me or for finance for a couple of years. But anyway, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, I just realized that I jumped from administration to firefighting. Do you want me to just stick with the summary pages that you have in front of you?
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
that's fine.
yeah, because we're already at firefighting now. There's just one
Okay,
more.
Can we go back to the summary page then?
You wanna do the, you've got to, you wanna do the rest of firefighting, just do the replace shift?
Yeah.
Commander vehicle?
Yeah, cartoon.
Okay, so the firefighting, the only other item over there is to replace our command vehicle that we have downstairs. We also put that into the budget last year. And that was also turned down. Let me see what it's replacing. So that'll be replacing a 2009 F-250 pickup. And we're looking to replace that because that's our shift commander vehicle downstairs, and it's looking to upgrade the responsibilities of the what we call the car 2 driver. Is going to be a true deputy chief aide. We're going to have tracking software and a lot more command structured software on a command board, a computer, etc. So we're looking to upgrade that vehicle.
Is the plan for that vehicle to be either a hybrid or a fully electric vehicle for the command vehicle?
I don't know if it's available in electric.
They haven't been, because we have full size and they haven't been available. Since the last time that we've checked, and we had the mechanic check too, there was nothing available in that type of model that we could get.
All right. Do we want to go back to administration?
Okay. So,
So I guess replacement of
Station overhead doors.
Yeah, you can skip the out years,
Oh, yeah.
so you just want to do the station overhead door replacement?
okay, so that would be number 3.
Yeah.
All right, so Mark can explain about
Yes.
that.
Yeah, I went around all the stations. We have a lot of mixed match doors throughout the years just because of the nature of our business, where if something breaks, we really don't have the luxury to sit around and wait for and order a lot of parts. So we get repairs done immediately. And our doors have gotten old, and we're at the point now where we're spending a lot of time repairing doors, and sometimes in the middle of the night getting 24-hour repair service. I had overhead door come out who does our newest doors, which is at Station 2, and we went around the whole we assessed the whole city, all the buildings at once. And this will actually this upgrade will actually allow us to have all new equipment, with all warranted equipment now. And it will also, what we found is that our doors are a lot older, and this will, I think pretty much since Sandy is what he told me, they've upgraded a lot of the wind resistant ratings. And this will actually, I brought in Bill Ireland on this, and he confirmed that all of these newer doors would actually conform to the new code standards. And this will actually increase the R value of the doors, because obviously the newer doors have a greater R value. So we decided that we just don't have, the doors have gotten to the point where to do them one at a time, it would not suffice. We're spending a lot of time, and for us, if a door breaks, that's downtime off of an emergency. It's usually happening when they're about to go on a call, and then I get a call that the door's broken and they can't get out of the barn, so they're sending somebody else.
Oh, that's the way.
Yeah. The current door motors are up to 50 years old.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, seems reasonable.
So there's 16 doors altogether that need to be, not even counting this we don't count this building.
Yeah, this building, these doors are actually operating fine. They're the newer doors, but it's the other buildings. And again, they've been mixed match. Sometimes there were panels replaced, but there are motors that we have that are some for the original building, some from 1960s, actually.
Alrighty,
All right.
upgrade EOC media equipment, I think is next.
Okay, that,
No, building repair.
Oh, building. Wait, oh yeah, building repairs.
my building repairs, is just basically an account that we've had, throughout the years. It's always been in the capital, and we used to request 35,000. The last few years, we were granted it, then we were not, then we were granted it. Because of what's been happening with supplies and prices and all that, we put in an additional 15, so we're looking to make that account just 50,000 for just repairs that pop up like all the time.
And it's really we have 6 buildings, but Guardian does Central, it's on their budget, but this is, so it's really, if you break it down, it's $10,000 per firehouse. Is really what it is. It's not a lot, but it does offer us a little bit of, especially with plumbing issues that we have, and obviously anything that comes up with our systems.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. You wanna do the about replacement of administrative staff?
Yeah, the EOC media
Yeah.
equipment.
Yeah,
Yep.
Oh, yeah, EOC chief.
Or the EOC? Okay.
Yeah, number 8.
So, alright, so this building, just turned 10 years old last October. We have our emergency operations center as part of this building. It's the large conference room. It's a classroom. It has audio visual, there's monitors, there's screens, there's, you name it is in there. And we're looking to upgrade what needs to be upgraded as far as all this electronic media is concerned. So we put that in just as a, hopefully it's getting to the point where electronics, they change all the time, so it's time some of those things get replaced.
This does not have anything to do, though, with your communications with other fire departments, police department, any other emergency services. This is just within your building or buildings.
It would actually double as both. If we open up the EOC, they can they'll open up the conference link, and that's what it has in there right now. But at this point now, we were told, because we've had some issues with it, that an upgrade is definitely in store. It also doubles as a classroom. It's being used right now, actually. But it's also, as far as the emergency operations center, yes, it can absolutely be used. We just put, with our new state system upgrade, there's actually we're the secondary dispatch center now. We have a dispatch console down there. So that area can absolutely be, now it's can be fully be a second dispatch center within the city. So we're at the point now where I think we want to match the technology with what we can use it for, fully. It's fully operational.
So if we have to open up the EOC, we do have the capability to communicate with all the other 14 towns in the region.
Okay, and for the benefit of those that don't know what EOC means, could you say, please?
Emergency Operations Center.
Thank you. And is that housed in the main fire department building on Connecticut Avenue?
Yes, it's right on the first floor.
And just to clarify, since we moved to the new state system, they just finished a couple weeks ago, actually. So we actually have the full complement, like the dispatch center in Norwalk, in PD. We're the backup center now. So we are now a hub for the state system. So we can talk to anybody throughout the whole state. So it is now a fully operational operation center.
Great. Does the state give you any funds for any of that?
this was a project this is a long-term project, so this was, chief, how long ago? We're actually at the end of that project, so we
5, 6 years.
yeah, the police department's already operating on the system. They changed over already. We're about to change in about 2 weeks. So this is the project, that project's come to an end, actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're gonna do fire equipment?
All right,
Oh, there's one more on administration. Replacement of the two staff vehicles. I'm sorry, that's for next year, 2026.
Okay.
I put a placeholder in there, so we don't have to talk about that.
So prevention or?
Yeah.
All right, so now prevention. So we continue with our replacement schedule of replacing the fire marshals' vehicles that they use every day to do their inspections around town. And right now, what's still in the fleet are 2012 Ford Escapes. And we've been changing to the Ford Ranger pickups, which allows them to separate themselves from any contaminants if they have to do any investigations at a fire and they get, contaminated with their soot and dirt and whatever. That stuff can be thrown in the back of the pickup to keep the cab clean. It's going to replace 2 of the 2012 Ford Escapes. So we're looking for 100,000 for the 2 Ford Ranger pickups to continue with the replacement in that division.
Will the pickups be covered or no?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. And that's also, it enables them to keep all, now they used to have one truck they'd have to go pick up and get it. So now they all have a full complement of tools. And it's really helped them out, especially at bigger fires where you have more than one inspector. They're showing up with all of their own equipment and it's all it's all housed in the back, separate from the cab. That's been our, yeah, this is a continuation. This is, I believe that we're trying to replace the whole fleet. So we're just doing a couple a year.
Yep, all right.
And just, equipment.
I promise I generally ask questions about other things, but these 2 vehicles sound like they might be a good candidate for hybrid electric or battery electric vehicles since they're more consumer cars that are retrofitted. Is that right?
Well, we looked into it last year and unfortunately Ford does not make the Ranger in anything other than gasoline.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to make an electric one. I would love that. Yeah.
We've definitely been looking. It's just our size of truck, and same thing with car 2. These are full-size pickup trucks. This is this is a mid-size pickup truck. They just don't have them right now. That we're locating. Ford just doesn't make it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're into fire equipment. Okay. Number 6 is the SCBA, which is self-contained breathing apparatus vehicle compressor. So we just put an order in for a new rescue truck and a support vehicle, which will be delivered hopefully within 2 years. But this compressor basically is going to be fitted into the truck as an add-on. And when we have a fire, we go through our self-contained breathing apparatus, those bottles that everybody wears to breathe. Run out of air. The way we do it now is we have to call the mechanic to pick up either additional bottles or to go to the scene, pick up the old bottles that are used, bring them back here, fill them up, and then bring them back. This will allow us to fill these bottles on scene and much more efficient and much more timely than doing it the way we're operating now.
Yeah,
so that's about 250,000.
A lot of sense.
Yeah,
it does make a lot of sense, but can you put this piece of, how does the equipment cost break out from the cost of the vehicle that you have to put the equipment in? Or can you put it in an existing vehicle?
Yes, this is completely different from the price of the vehicle.
Yes.
So this piece of the compressor,
Right.
in order to refill the tanks, just the compressor is 250K?
Yes,
Unfortunately.
yes. That's with installation. That's with every, yeah, well, they are certified, it's obviously certified breathing air, so they are
Right.
very different than just a regular compressor that we use for our air tools. So that's what this is. And the big shift was NFPA a few years back. They switched, we used to be able to breathe down to 25% of our bottles before alarms went off. Now it's a third. And so what's happening is bottles are just going faster and faster and faster, and we're not keeping up with them. And that's the need is become very apparent now with the new standards.
Okay, well, it's certainly gotta have air. I mean,
Yeah.
that would seem to be like the number one priority.
Yeah.
They're making you use less air to give you more time to get out.
Yes.
New standard.
So in every fire call situation, do you bring the tanks? I mean, it's just your standard, it's part of the standard equipment for
Yes.
every fire call.
Yes.
And so then just one truck would go around. If there was a big fire at one place, it would go there so the men and women could get their tanks refilled.
Yes, and exactly. And now you can just fill on scene. And
Mhm.
the way now, just like Chief explained, is there's a shuttle now of bottles back and forth. It's highly inefficient. And then you also have, when you have overflow of that, you'll have all the companies going over to one fill station at Central, at our headquarters. So now everybody is out of their district for a certain amount of time because you've got one fill station. This will alleviate all of those issues and be able to fill right on scene where they can get back in service or continue, obviously, fighting a fire for an extended period of time.
So if there isn't a fire, would this vehicle then go around to all the different fire stations and fill the tanks?
It wouldn't have to. Well, this is also, so this is a support vehicle that we're having, but this is also carrying a lot of other equipment that the rescue uses. So they will be operating this in sync with their current rescue. So they have the ability to have a lot of extra rescue tools on this. So this can, and to your point, this can go to training. Sometimes we do a lot of training at the tower. We can bring it there and fill bottles right at the tower now. So it's a mobile way to fill bottles, and it can go around to the stations should we need it to. So, but it doesn't tie us down now. Right now, we have no ability to fill bottles unless they're physically at headquarters.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, and the last one is also for the year 26. It's to replace the diesel generator at the.
You don't have to worry about out years if you don't want.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And we're past that.
Right.
Okay,
2 minutes over.
all right.
Okay, for your time.
It's late, so
Thank
you're right on
you.
time.
Thank you for your
Yeah.
time. Thank you for your service.
Thank you both.
Very much.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
all. Thanks for your work.
All right, thank you. Ranika Joyce, IT Director.
All right,
Thank you
wonderful
so
to
much.
meet you. Thank you.
Yeah, so
Okay.
here's a Reader's Digest diagram.
Right.
To kind of show you what we currently see to have. So, all right, so can we change the second page because we only have one item, but we have itemized, 5 itemized item underneath here. So, IT have a total 5 items for the next year's IT capital request. All of this, the items are aligned with COCD code 11.1B, which is continue to update, modernize, and maintain Norwalk's infrastructure and the city facilities. So the 24-25 IT request for the project continue to address the following: the maintain the city's infrastructure, supporting existing system, and we are increasing staff efficiency in delivering service to the public. So next step. The total of the request is $1,270,000, and that is have 5 items listing under. I'll go over this 5 items in order. So the first one is a fiber extension installation. Ever since 2004, city's been leasing the fiber from other companies, which is a Comcast. And then we still digital back office, which is a management network service. And for the past 20 years, city already, kind of own our fiber from, some fiber from, one building to another. Then about 2 or 3 years ago, we start evaluating all this fiber, building in between the city buildings. Then we realized that we probably can just do some fiber extension, through some of the building or existing fiber into another building. Then we can start all of the 10 city buildings that will be able we will have all the business on our own fiber. So that is the things we are trying to, putting pieces together. And so this request is going to be extend the fiber to the fire station 1, 3, 4, 5, and the police marine base and Capture Road and West Park. So the total of this is going to about we did estimate is about 35,000 feet of the fiber itself. That including installation and also including all the equipment that connecting the fiber into the building itself.
Just to note that, police were considering a new marine base. So I don't know if you want to postpone that. It might be many years out, so maybe it's something that you want to do in the meantime, but just keep that in mind. That they were thinking of getting a new building, so.
Or at least reach out.
Right, at least reach out. Who knows when that's gonna happen, but,
Yeah, right. Okay, that's, right. So also, so that's the first item. So we are hoping, well, we did estimate that within 3 years, we probably can recoup all the costs we put in there. Then city will not going to pay the lease service, then we are going to manage our own. Yeah.
would you then do that for the school system too?
No, CTIT and Board of Education, they are separate. And because all the fiber we have, we are using, part of it is on the traffic fiber. And lots of school, they are off location, so it's not going to be right extended in this. So it's almost like if you have a house, you have the basement and you have a bathroom already. To make it another working shower, it'll be easy because the piping is there. But if the piping is there, to rebuild the whole, fiber into that location will be cost a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's. All right, so now, the second item, police data center, data storage server upgrade. Last year I asked, well, the same thing, but that's for our data center in the, fire headquarters. So throughout the whole entire city, we have 2 data storage server. That's very important because every single data what we have is sitting on this 2 server. So we have like single out, not in part of our regular technology refresh because this costs a lot of money. You can see here, right? Not only the equipment, but also the now buying equipment, you need to have the license. So this cost is like including 3 years license in order to run, the hub, the license installed on the server. So that is the second item. So the first item, well, with the first data center storage, we bought last year, and we did installation, and we love the performance that the new server is given to us. So so this year we are just going to install the second one in another data center.
How do you protect the data from a data breach?
Here is the thing, so the whole entire city is protected by the firewall, right? So through the firewall, then you need to have so we have a subscribe firewall services. So firewall services, just like Microsoft,
right?
They will detect what's going on out there, and they will let us know and update the servers. But in the meantime, we kind of control the traffic in and out. So if there's a foreign traffic, try to come in and say, okay, I don't recognize you. and it will give us report. If the foreign, assets try to access 10 times or 20 times, now it's like, okay, maybe it's time to block it. Right, so there is a kind of a back-end process of which is our system team and network team is doing every day. Yeah, so even though, this, when everything looked like rosy, but we are, paddling very hard under the water in order to maintain the city into a good cybersecurity posture.
Thank you.
Thank you. The third one is the police mobile device installation. I heard the police is in the morning, they were already did, their capital request. So this item is part of the, in part of their, vehicle request. Right, because they are requesting the vehicle, we are, putting the, mobile device installation in the vehicle. So so everything in that vehicle, whatever is hardware, printer, monitor, whatever you can see is all included in here. So last year this year they're asking for 10 police car, but they also have a 4 motorcycles. It's not like we are installed,
Right.
a big server, but there is some equipment that we are going to also equip the motorcycles too. Yeah. And giving all the licensing and hardware and is all that, jumping through the roof, like we kind of put in 90,000 this year. I hope that can cover everything. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so number 4 is, okay, so this is $285,000 for continued technology refresh. Basically, it's refresh, including everything in the city hall, library, PD, fire, the server, all the desktop refresh, including the keyboard, mouse, the webcam. Right, so that is, and this one also including the library public facing, the computers. Like the Stono Library, this year, they have a brand new renovation. So we kind of putting 12 of the beautiful big screen, and with microfilm, computer and the beautiful keyboard. And so those are also coming up on this budget. So we are also in charge of helping them to procure and install and manage all the public facing computers.
Do they last for 10 years?
Computer.
No, not really. I know that's sort of
Yeah,
a tricky
depends
one.
on the usage.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So we have people like the laptop, 3 or 4 years, you carry from home to home and from home to the office a lot, wear and tear happens. Like the police car, the hardware in the police car normally is about 3 to 4 because it's 24/7,
Right.
heat, cold,
Yeah.
snow, those kind of things. So we try to do 3 to 5. Yeah, some computer light use, we can stretch to 7, some just, 3. The day after the warranty.
Yeah.
broke.
It breaks.
So we have that.
They plan it that way.
Yeah, right, so.
Okay.
And we do try to rebuild and reuse every single part that we can find. The number 5. is
I'm sorry to interrupt. When you replace computers, what happens to the computers you've replaced?
Sometimes for example, if a laptop we can fix, sometimes it's just one of the keys. Now working over, we use as a loaner. So because like equipment, sometimes for the city have a lot of meeting room.
Sure.
Right, so also have a meeting up. So our idea is like we building some inventory for the loaner. So anytime you want to, or the vendor coming, they don't have a computer or something, they say, hey, I want to have a meeting. Here is all the equipment that you can use. Yeah.
So you keep it, in other words.
Yeah, we keep
Yeah,
it.
you just keep it.
Yeah, until the last drop of. We're very for going this way. All right, the
Network access.
Yeah, the network access switch upgrade. So that is whatever the graph I just, diagram. So this is, City Hall have like 10 different locations. It's just like the network, it's just like the piping, in your house, if you think about that. City Hall is one house, PB is, another house, fire station is another house. And within these houses, there is, network connecting to different buildings. But within that building, there is network connecting to each department. So, this access switch is what we see whenever, sometimes when you see, TV or something, you see they have opened a closet. They're all the, like all the access, that's why we call the closet switch. Because those are each closet connecting to each department. Each department, well, everybody's computer connecting one of the port inside. So those are the access switch we are asking. And a lot of our access switch over 15 years old.
All right.
Yeah, so we, even though we have more than 45 access switch, from time to time, we do refresh. So we only come here to ask the minimum that we can, because we only have 2 people in the network team. If we ask a lot this year, we might have the money sitting there, but we cannot deploy. So we also need to say, based on what we have right now, what need to go first? What need to do the refresh immediately? So that's why this year we're asking for only changing, refresh 130 access switch and one the 3 network switches. And of course, when it comes to the switches, there's also miscellaneous accessories and also license. Just buy the hardware, it's just a brick. It don't do anything.
Yes.
We just need to have a license, and Cisco license now is very expensive.
Yep, and so how long do the network access switches last?
Well, what we have here is 15 years, but
15 years, yeah.
right, but we are thinking about 8 to 10, yeah. But when it got to like 7 years, you probably need to already allocate the money, put on the
Yes.
side. Right, so if they don't break, we don't replace, but we always need to have a
Plan ahead, yeah.
plan ahead, or have some inventory. Otherwise the whole department will not, if
Yeah.
access switch die. So lots of time, not the whole access switch die, sometimes it's the port. So we unplug and plug in other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then if
Alright.
the whole access switch is low, then the whole department will not be able to function. Right. And then I put in 2006, 7, 8, and 9, that's a basic, police mobile car devices and the continuous
Yeah.
technology refresh. But, and so, because we don't have any new plan for the next year yet, going forward, we probably will adding additional just, items for next year capital request.
All righty, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Any questions? No?
No.
No?
Chapin, questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much, Joyce.
Thank you, have a good weekend.
Thank you.
All right,
Department.
then,
Health department, yeah, she's on.
okay, the health department?
Health or did you?
Oh, yeah, she just came on camera.
Ready to go?
I'm ready to go if you're ready.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for joining us.
You want to message DPW or
Yeah.
Oh, someone a little early.
Yeah.
who's that? Vanessa?
Yeah.
I don't know, 3:15, if we're gonna do a break after health anyway. So 3:15.
Oh, well, that's your normal
Where's
time.
the-
Oh, as opposed to 3:30, yeah. that's
Somewhere.
fine. This can't take a half an hour.
Okay.
Better to maybe if she could come earlier, that'd be good, because then we can end earlier.
Yeah. Sheila.
Oh, we wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, right in front of line.
Well, it does look like it stops
Oh,
snowing.
Who's looking for dinner too, I think.
He's bored this weekend. All right, so, Dina, go right ahead.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So the
Yeah.
3 projects here for the health department, these requests are related in the POCT to continue to update, modernize, and maintain Norwalk's infrastructure and city facilities. The first project for data migration, we had gotten approval for funds for an environmental health software system in last year's capital budget. The IT department put in that request for us, and meeting with Joyce, she recommended, she didn't think there was enough money in that for that project to handle all the data migration that would need to happen. So we've had different software systems for decades. And so there's a lot of data from many years of housing inspections, restaurant inspections, pool inspections, I could go on and on. And so the idea is to make sure there's dedicated funds to be as successful as we can be, to handle that data migration piece. So
Tina,
that's what,
Sorry to interrupt, but yours was the only department that didn't align what you're asking for with the plan of conservation and development. And so we will need that information. I don't believe that there's any problem with aligning any of these projects with the P O C D, but it just needs to be done.
okay, I will do that. It's, thank you. I will send that in writing. It is related,
I'll
so-
email you, Tina.
okay.
And then if you just wanna, whether it's the sections or anything, and then you could just pick which ones
Sure.
that they align with.
Right.
So it's 11-1B, and I'll send that. Thank you.
Okay, you just put it in the top right-hand corner. Brian might send you the ones that he thinks are applicable.
Yeah.
Great. The second item is related to, maintaining our building. We did renovations over 10 years ago. The last major one was in 2010, 2011. There's just multiple locations, in particular in the first floor of the building, that need to be repainted because of general wear and tear. We get a lot of use in this building. The first floor is where our clinical services are, so it's important to maintain. It's also where our WIC program is. And we
you
also
have a-
consult.
Do you have an actual quotation on the cost of that work?
This was based on Neil's assessment. He recommended. We did a walkthrough with
Okay,
Neil
that's
Rennie.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And this last piece also, we consulted Neil Rennie with this too, to have, we have some general upgrades that we know we need to do with the building. There's a door that we need to replace. The blinds around the building need to be replaced. There's a room that has an old sink that doesn't function anymore, and we don't need to use it anymore, but it's just taking up space in one of our exam rooms. That's not being used as an exam room anymore, so we'd like to get that removed. So we consulted with Neil, we did a walkthrough of the building, and he recommended that we put in this request for this dollar amount. For
Okay,
some general
and
upgrades.
again, Neil also gave you this ballpark figure?
Correct.
Okay, that's fine.
I would just say that anybody else has come before us with HVAC related items have been so much more than 25,000. So just keep in mind that that number might be a little higher than you think.
Okay, thank you.
It's very modest.
I know Neil has he wants to do like a whole assessment of the whole building, eventually. And he's thinking about some improvements that need to happen down the line. But thank you for that note.
Good.
Okay,
All right.
Alright.
That's
that's
it?
it.
Anybody have any
Thank you for your
questions?
time
No.
and service.
No, thank you so much. Hope everybody's staying healthy out there.
Yep, have a good
Thank
weekend.
you. All right, have a great
One other
weekend.
question while you're, do you keep numbers of the, people that get COVID in the city or passed away from COVID?
So we have the case numbers, because there's been changing in the way that people are testing. Not as people are going and getting like the PCR tests anymore. So there's a lot more rapid tests. So we've really shifted away. We do have numbers, like when we get reports of cases, we'll get them, but most of the cases aren't being reported to us anymore because of the at-home tests. But what we're doing now is we're really following hospitalization data because that's the key metric. And so we do get numbers. We're in close communications with Norwalk Hospital. They keep us up to date. And then we also follow the measures that the CDC has on their website. And so our epidemiologist often gives us weekly updates on where we are with respiratory illnesses in general. So we're tracking COVID, flu, and RSV. Those are the big three respiratory illnesses that we are tracking currently.
Okay.
Yeah, we might have to place a
Thank you.
call to him next week.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Insider.
Stay well.
Well,
You do, okay. Cool.
What, not Chapin. in all
Oh, and,
likelihood.
well, we have one of our commission members, Chapin Bryce, is on the Zoom, and Darius Williams, Lou Schulman, Tammy Langalis, and, Brian and Steve, obviously. And so when you have your turn, because might have some public on here, please just say your name and which department you're with. And then go right ahead. And we're dealing pretty much just with this year, not the out years, but if if you want to mention something about the out year, different. So could we please then start with building and facilities maintenance?
Okay, I'm Neil Rennie, Building Management. And I will start with the first item, which is falls under City Hall's repairs and improvements. Our first project is line item number 1 is for $10,000. That is to design services for the roof for the Mary McCarthy room.
Hold on one second, sorry. That's not what I start with. I have 250 City Hall.
Go to the next
Yeah, it's
page.
broken down into the.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, all right, sorry, thank you. Sorry, Gary, so turn.
Yeah.
Thank you, sorry, Paul.
So design services, which is $10,000 for the design of the roof. The second line item is the actual roof of the Mary McCarthy room. The roof is since the 80s. It's the last roof here at City Hall that we have to do. Should I just continue down?
Yeah, sorry, which is the Mary McCarthy roof?
It's a small rehearsal room off of the concert
Oh, the
hall,
low,
the
yep, okay,
lower area.
yep.
Next line item is concert hall door replacement. This is the doors that are out on the corner of East Avenue. We're looking to redo the terrace out there. Along with the terrace, we're looking to do some accessibility changes. We're putting an ADA ramp out there. As part of that, these doors are original to the building. They're old wood doors, so depending on weather, they swell. They open some days, they don't open some days. So we're gonna go with probably a metal door that looks similar to the look that we have today. And we'll probably put assist on, to ADA, we'll probably put an assist, operator assist to open, should we need to have that out there.
Okay, and in that staircase on the north side, I guess, the ceiling is really in bad shape. I don't know if anybody's looked at it.
You mean the upper ceiling?
In interior in the
Yeah,
staircase,
exterior,
it's
yes.
all
Or
crumbling?
that's-
Is that part of it?
That is not, but that's something we're looking at doing. We just had some roof issues, you know, we did the cupola
Right,
probably a year or two ago, which stopped a lot of the water coming in. We did have, when we had some high or bad weather over the summer, we did have one of the drains get clogged up. That's been snaked out. We're gonna keep that on regular maintenance, but we're looking to repair that plaster dome that you're speaking of.
you are, so that
It's
is.
not in this number, but we do have money in the prior years that we're looking to do something.
When I was there during the holiday time, there was material from the ceiling on the floor.
Right.
So I hope you're putting it as a priority. 'Cause
Absolutely.
I mean, before it gets worse. And glad
Absolutely.
you addressed the water. Thank you.
Next line item is $10,000 for design for concert hall lighting. We have money in a prior year, 120,000. It's not enough to get the job done with the cost of materials and ever since COVID, so we're looking to resurrect that, redo all the stage lighting with LED so we can have different colors, save energy at the same time. So we're hoping to get that completed over the next year. Line item number 6 is our interior painting plan. We haven't done any major painting here in City Hall in probably 10, 15, 20 years in some cases. So all the common areas, we're looking to start putting money in there to do that.
Okay. Any questions, anybody?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna go over to the next building, which is Roosevelt Center. We're looking for the first line item, which is replacement of the domestic water line. We had a failure of the line. I think there's been a couple failures over there, but we've had a failure last summer. We did an emergency repair. The contractor and the water company suggested us replacing the line. That's $83,375.
How far out do you have to go?
It's right from the entrance of the mechanical room that goes down the steps, right out to Allen Road, the center of Allen Road. Next item, we're looking to take care of a couple doorways over there. Again, this is a building where a lot of the doors are original to the building. We're looking to, where the bocce courts are in the back. We're looking to put new doors and put a door operated assist on that door. and we have a kitchen door in the front of the building that's in bad shape. We made some repairs to get past that over the last summer, so we're hoping to get that repaired.
Neil, sorry, aren't there stairs? When you come out of those doors? Going down?
There is,
a couple
there
of
is,
steps?
there is.
You doing anything to
So,
make it
so we,
accessible?
so right now, we're not doing anything to do, for accessibility. What we are doing off the back parking lot, there's a small sidewalk area
Right.
that's in, pretty bad shape. We're looking to redo that over the, summertime. And so you'll be able to come up the back parking lot to the, where they have barbecues and hibachi and other activities in the back of the senior center. Next building is Ben Franklin. We have the Crystal Theater that's over there that's thriving, doing really well over the last year or so after COVID. We're looking to replace the air conditioning units there. They're well over 20 years. We've been kind of limping along, replacing parts, but the units themselves are at the end of their life, and that's $100,000.
So you asked for that last year and it was turned down, right?
Yes.
Yes.
The next facility is police. We're looking to replace the air conditioning units which are in the data center. That's one of the major data centers for the city. We have one there, and we have one in the fire department. So we're looking to replace those units. They're 19 years old, run 24/7 a day. And we don't want to take a chance of having any major failures over there. So that's lined up for this coming year for $300,000. Next facility is Public Works. We're looking to do the concrete pad underneath the fueling station. We're redoing the fueling station as we speak. Temporary tanks have been put in place, fueling's been put in place. That work will start over the next month and fall behind. Hopefully this summer we can put a new containment pad. And you'll see in the next line items, we have pavement in a similar area. That's in pretty bad shape. Being on the water there, we have a lot of movement. We have some structures that are on pylons. So there is a lot of movement in the pavement and the concrete, and we're looking to spruce that up and get that repaved. And the next line item is they have a gate that closes off the parking lot from the public. They're having problems with the gate working on a regular basis. So we're looking to upgrade that operator and put that in place so we can secure the site properly every night. Next line item is the air conditioning for the parts manager entire room. It's in pretty bad shape. We're looking to replace that for $20,000. And the final line item over there is the salt shed structure. That's been over there a number of years with the amount of traffic in and out of the structure. You have some that are broken, fractured. So we're looking to pull out the salt out of the shed after this season and do some repairs. And that is for $50,000.
So can I just add one thing to the operations? This is the first time in many years that we are asking for any money in all those buildings. So I just want you guys to take in consideration. I understand they have a long list in the building. But some of this work has been totally overdue. But now we'll start listing and we came up with a plan for the next few years. Particularly the contract for the Fuel Island and the pavement is really important.
The final line item over there is bird netting inside the truck bay areas. We have a tremendous problem with pigeons. We tried a multitude to lower or the least expensive methods first. We haven't been overly successful. We're looking to put netting in across the whole bay. so they don't find roosting areas.
Also, they don't go up into the.
That's
beams.
correct. Right now, they're roosting on beams and corners on top of our HVAC units. They're messing all over the equipment, all over the trucks. And this was cited as one of our OSHA, one of our OSHA. Requirements.
So they would be cleaning
Don't
all
they
the
have, like,
time, we try.
Mouse traps for pigeons.
Yeah, it's a big issue, right? It's a big health. big
I know you
health
can't
issue.
poison them, right? But, because then they fly and die in the river, and then the poison would go in the
Has
river,
come down
right?
quite a bit with the hawks, right? in the
Yeah,
area.
yeah, some proactive birds that likes to eat pigeons.
Yeah, yeah.
We tried calling them Buccaneer.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
really.
We
I love
actually
it.
did,
I like
but
that.
they're only out west. Yeah.
Looks like a disco now, we try, you know.
We have
They
actually
moved
have
to
them,
another area.
yeah.
What is happening on that one in particular? Is that also, the people that is working there is not comfortable with everything that is going through, you know, of course.
They're scared of the
So
pigeons.
it is, although we put as, I know that we need to put as the lowest, you know, it's that everything there is.
Everything's important,
That-
absolutely.
We haven't
Yeah.
put any money in those buildings for that.
So how long does that netting last? And what is it made out of?
So I believe like a nylon material.
Yeah.
So what we do is, there's a couple ways of putting it up. There's magnets onto the beam, so it's accessible if we need to detach it.
Yeah.
And where we have equipment, we also have zippers you can put in around the equipment. So when we do, maintenance or we do filter changes, we're able to unzip it and do the work and then close it right back up.
The North Transit Authority had the same issue, that's what they install and has been successful.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. At least you know somebody's done it. When I